Hey, I'm really glad you're here. Whatever today looked like, it's over now. You've done enough. Get comfortable. Let your body sink into the bed. Let your jaw unclench. Let your breathing slow down. There's nothing you need to follow closely, nothing to figure out. You don't have to stay awake for this. Just let the sound of my voice fade into the background. And if you fall asleep halfway through a story, that's exactly what this is for. I'll keep reading. You just rest. All right, let's begin. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I'm loading up a fresh, cozy Minecraft world for you, and we're gonna do something a little bit dangerous for your sleep schedule. We're settling in for 3 full hours of crazy relationship stories that are absolutely not as calm as these soft, pixelated hills look right now. So, before we get into the chaos, go ahead and grab your favorite blanket, pour yourself a drink, maybe dim the lights a bit. I want you to feel completely comfortable, like you're hanging out in a quiet apartment at the end of a long night, just listening to music in the background while someone spills all the drama they've been holding in for years. The blocks are going to be gentle, the movement slow, the sounds soft, all designed to help you drift off to sleep, while the stories themselves do the exact opposite emotionally. Because on the surface, tonight's stories start out normal. A sweet couple planning a future together, a roommate who totally respects boundaries, a future mother-in-law who just wants what's best for her baby. But then, little by little, the mask slips. We're talking cheating that escalates way too fast, secret second lives uncovered from a single iPad check, toxic in-laws demanding purity tests, best friends who cross lines you didn't even think needed to be said out loud, and revenge that goes from petty to nuclear in the space of a few messages. The funny part is, the visuals are going to stay this chill the whole time. Just calm mining, soft building, maybe a peaceful little village party if we get that far. No jump scares, no sudden loud music, no shouting. My style is conversational and low-key. I'm just here to guide you through these stories, offer some gentle commentary, and let the emotional vibrations of each twist and turn roll over you at their own pace. Think of it as an emotional roller coaster, told in a bedtime voice. Over the next 3 hours, you'll hear about nightmare family dynamics, roommates and best friends turning into unexpected villains, financial betrayal, and those walk-away moments where someone finally hits their breaking point and everything changes. Some of these will sound almost too wild to be real, but they all share that one snap, that instant where a person decides, I'm done, and the entire relationship shifts. And don't worry, it's not all doom and gloom. We'll also land on a few surprisingly wholesome twists where karma really does come full circle, and you get that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. A lot of these stories will unfold in parts too. You'll get that first, wait what moment, then a reveal, then a turning point that makes you rethink everything you heard 5 minutes ago. I'll let some details hang just long enough to keep you curious, but never so long that it feels frustrating. By the time we reach the end, you'll have followed full arcs from confusion to betrayal to whatever version of peace our narrators managed to carve out. For now though, let's dive into our first category of the night. Cheating stories that went from, I trust you completely, to, who even are you? In record time. How this night is structured, stories, themes, and emotional safety nets. So here's how this 3-hour roller coaster is going to work. I want you to feel like you know the roadmap before we start speeding up. so you can relax your brain and just let the stories do the heavy lifting. We're going to move in clusters. First up, we're diving into the messy world of cheating and betrayals, secret second phones, work trips that were definitely not about work, and emotional affairs that somehow hurt more than anything physical. Studies suggest emotional betrayal often cuts the deepest, and you'll hear that play out as people realize the person they trusted most has been living a double life. One guy checks his girlfriend's iPad once and uncovers an entire second life. Another listener finds out about a hidden child from a previous relationship and has to decide whether love can survive that kind of omission. From there, we'll slide into toxic families and in-laws. This is where future mother-in-laws demand purity tests before weddings, where couples learn the hard way that setting boundaries early with parents can make or break a relationship. I'll read them Reddit style, just like you're scrolling late at night, but with a calm, steady narration over cozy Minecraft blocks. I'll add light commentary here and there, little reactions, a raised eyebrow you can hear, but the focus is on letting the stories breathe, unfold naturally, and help you drift off to sleep if that's what your body wants. As the night goes on, the pacing will shift. The beginning is calmer and more observational, almost like you're people watching at a quiet party from the corner of the apartment, listening to low music and murmured drama. Then gently, the intensity ramps up. The situations get wilder, the stakes get higher, but my tone stays even and soothing, so you can feel the drama without your nervous system going into overdrive. You'll notice some stories are short and punchy, little emotional jump scares, and others are long sagas with multiple updates. Those are the ones where we watch months of gaslighting, silent treatment, and manipulation slowly unravel because of a single text, or a camera someone forgot was still rolling. There are natural mini arcs, so if you drift in and out of sleep, you can wake up, catch the end of one story, and ease right into the next. Content-wise, we are dealing with cheating, manipulation, gaslighting, family cruelty, roommate and best friend betrayals, and yes, some very petty and occasionally nuclear revenge. But there's no graphic violence, no gore, nothing designed purely to shock you. The focus is on emotional drama and that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served when karma really does come full circle. And you're in control the whole time. If a story hits too close to home, you can pause, skip ahead, or just zone out and watch the Minecraft build for a while. Think of this as a cozy buffet of stories. Take what feels good, leave what doesn't, stay as long as you're comfortable. You can always mute the words and just enjoy the soft colors and blocky landscapes if your brain needs a break. By the final stretch, after we've walked through insane cheating, nightmare in-laws, and betrayals in friendships and apartments alike, we'll land on a few rare but very satisfying wholesome endings. Not every relationship explodes. Some people actually heal, walk away with grace, or build something better. And our very first cheating story of the night, it starts with something as tiny as a forgotten phone passcode and ends with one person's entire life, quietly, completely blown apart. Setting the mood, Minecraft, story time, and why we love other people's drama, and ends with one person's entire life, quietly, completely blown apart. While that phone screen is lighting up someone's reality, your screen is a lot calmer. We're just here in this slow little Minecraft world together. Maybe you can see it in your mind. It's late at night, the sky in game is that deep pixelated navy, and I'm just wandering through a spruce forest, torches in hand, listening to the soft crunch of footsteps and the faint, cozy music in the background. No boss fights, no wild party builds, nothing intense, just a simple survival base. A little farm with wheat swaying in blocky rows, maybe a tiny apartment carved into the side of a hill. Sometimes I'll be mining in a straight line for what feels like forever. The same gentle pickaxe sound over and over. It's repetitive on purpose. Your brain gets something soft and predictable to rest on, while the stories give your mind something considerably less predictable to chew on. I know. Relationship chaos over Minecraft to help you drift off to sleep sounds a little backwards. But this combo actually works weirdly well. The visuals are calm, the sounds are low and familiar, and then the drama shows up in the narration instead of your real life. You stay comfortable in your own bed, in your own night, while we explore other people's disasters from a safe distance. And it's okay that you like hearing about those disasters. Listening to other people's messy relationships is one of the safest ways to figure out your own boundaries. When you hear a story about someone discovering a secret child, or a mother-in-law demanding a purity test before the wedding, you start quietly sorting your own red flags and deal breakers. You get to think, yeah, that would be it for me, without actually having to live through it. A lot of the stories in this video come from people who are right at their breaking point. They're typing on Reddit at 2 a.m. because they don't feel heard in their real life, or they need neutral opinions that aren't their mom, their group chat, or their partner's best friend. Some are wondering if they're overreacting. Some already know they're done, and they just want someone to say, no, you're not crazy. So as we go, I'll keep the tone the way I always do on nights like this. Non-judgmental, but honest. I'm not here to scream at strangers on the internet, but I will call out the obvious red flags, the manipulation, the financial infidelity, the way karma really does come full circle sometimes. And I'll also tell you when it's complicated, when both people are hurting, or when revenge wouldn't actually give that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. I want you to mentally play along with me. As we move through each story, imagine what you would do. Would you stay and try counseling? Quietly save money and leave? Go nuclear with screenshots and group chats? Or just walk away and never look back? You don't have to answer out loud. Just notice your own reactions. Because here's the fun part. Some of the later stories are going to flip your instincts. You'll think, oh, I'd definitely leave if that happened. And then one tiny detail will change, and suddenly it's not so simple anymore. A long-distance couple that looks doomed on paper, but their communication is actually better than most married people. A cheater who turns out to be hiding something very different, and somehow worse. For now though, we're gonna ease into our first main theme. Relationships that seem totally fine on the outside. The cute Instagram posts, the shared playlists, the cozy movie nights, and then one tiny, almost forgettable detail, like a wrong passcode, a strange text, or a missing receipt, cracks the whole thing open and exposes a massive secret underneath. Red flags in hindsight, how perfect relationships hid wild secrets. So from those tiny cracks in the perfect picture, we're gonna zoom in on something a lot of people only recognize way later. This is the warm-up round for the truly insane cheating stories. The ones where at first glance everything looked cozy, stable, even a little bit goals, until hindsight turned all those cute quirks into full-blown red flags. Welcome back to the channel. If you're getting comfortable for the night, grab your favorite blanket, let the Minecraft music and blocky little apartment builds roll in the background, And let's dive into the part where people start realizing, oh, I was not in the relationship I thought I was. On paper, these couples look fine. Shared playlists, matching pajamas, Sunday grocery runs. But if you rewind the tape, there's almost always a first weird moment. A phone that suddenly starts living face down, even during a quiet movie. New friends from work, who somehow never show up on social media, but get defended like it's a courtroom every time you ask a simple question. A routine that shifts just a little. Late meetings, extra gym nights, business trips that appear out of nowhere and vanish just as fast. One of the most common patterns you'll hear tonight is projection. Partners who accuse you of cheating nonstop, even when you barely leave the house except for the work and the occasional party. They demand to see your messages, they pick fights over who liked whose photo, they make you feel guilty for just existing. And later, you find out they were the one juggling 3 conversations and a secret hotel rewards account the whole time. Karma really does come full circle, but in the middle of it, you just feel dizzy. There's a mini scenario that pops up again and again in these stories. Someone's partner suddenly has a standing late meeting every Thursday. It's always the same excuse, same time, same apologetic text about grabbing fast food on the way home. It sounds reasonable. Work is stressful, right? Months later, after a straight Uber receipt or a random hair tie under the car seat, the truth comes out. That meeting was actually a full-blown affair, complete with cocktails, music, and a different kind of overtime. And it is so easy to rationalize all of this when you're in deep. When you share rent, pets, kids, or bank accounts, you don't want to blow up your entire life over a weird notification at midnight. You tell yourself they're tired, they're stressed, their boss is awful. You want to sleep, not start World War III in the living room. So you smooth it over again and again, because walking away feels bigger than just leaving an apartment. It feels like burning down your future. What almost everyone describes, once the truth finally hits, is emotional whiplash. One day you think you're in a stable, if slightly boring, relationship. The next, you're rereading old texts and realizing half of them were sent from someone else's bed. It's that stomach drop feeling of discovering you've been living in one reality, while your partner's been playing a completely different game. As we move into the wild cheating stories, notice how many of them start with something tiny. A weird Uber receipt at 2 a.m., a hair color that doesn't match anyone in the house, a random social media notification from a name you've never heard before. I want you to pay attention to that very first weird moment in each story and quietly ask yourself what you would have done right there before everything exploded. Because up next, we've got a business trip that was supposed to be boring and uneventful. Instead, one group chat, accidentally created, accidentally left open, turns into a late-night discovery that nobody on that trip ever intended their partner to see. When cheating escalates overnight from suspicion to full meltdown. So that business trip group chat is one kind of crack in the facade. But in this next cluster, those tiny cracks don't stay tiny for long. Once the first lie slips, it's like someone pulled a thread. And by the end of the night, the whole relationship is just a pile of yarn on the floor. Welcome back to the channel. And if you haven't already, grab your favorite blanket, get cozy, and let's dive into the fast escalation cheating stories. These aren't slow burn emotional affairs that simmer for years. These are the ones where suspicion hits on a random Tuesday afternoon, and by Tuesday night, someone's moving out of the apartment with their stuff in trash bags. You're going to hear a pretty clear pattern repeat, almost like a messed up little recipe. First, there's that itch of suspicion, a weird late-night work call, a sudden obsession with turning their phone face down, a charge on a shared account that doesn't match any normal night out. Then denial. They're tired, you're paranoid, it's just a surprise they can't talk about yet. Next comes accidental evidence. Not a full-on investigation at first, just curiosity. A synced iPad left on the couch, a smartwatch lighting up on the nightstand, a bank notification popping up during background music at a party. One tap, one scroll, and suddenly there are hotel receipts, ride shares to unfamiliar addresses, or entire conversations that have been going on for months. And this is where the adrenaline kicks in. Your heart's pounding, your hands are shaking, but your brain goes weirdly calm, almost like you're watching someone else's life. Then the confrontation. You'll hear screenshots being quietly saved, questions asked in that deceptively soft voice, and the cheater scrambling for wild excuses. That's my coworker's card. It's a joke. You're invading my privacy. In one archetypal story coming up, it starts with a single strange charge, a boutique hotel on a shared card. OP thinks it's fraud, calls the bank, and instead of fixing a mistake, they end up tracing a pattern of weekend charges, Venmo notes, and food deliveries to an address across town. By the end of that night, they've uncovered a second apartment, a hidden partner, and a secret child. The cheater has been financially supporting. Days? No. This goes from, that's odd, to, my whole life is a lie, before sunrise. From there, you'll hear the meltdowns. Some cheaters go explosive, yelling, crying, trying to flip the blame. Others go ice cold and start packing like they've rehearsed this scene before. A few stories end with petty revenge, group texts to friends and family, screenshots dropped into family chats, or a calm announcement at a birthday party. Others go full nuclear. Lawyers, emergency account freezes, new locks on the apartment door, and that very specific warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served as karma really does come full circle. Yeah, I'll keep the narration measured and calm to help you drift off to sleep, even when the details get intense, so you've got space to process each twist without your heart rate spiking too hard. As you listen, quietly track the moments where you would have walked away versus the points where OP decided to stay and try to fix things. Because in the very next story, we've got a cheater who tries to turn everything around and claim that catching them, literally just reading what popped up on a shared device, was abusive. They lean all the way into that narrative, and it backfires in a way that follows them long after this night is over. Gaslighting, blame shifting, and the "you made me cheat" defense. So when that cheater in the last bit calls being caught abusive, they're not just being dramatic. They're dipping into a whole toolbox of gaslighting and blame shifting that you're going to see over and over in these stories. Before we dive into the next wild relationship post, I want to walk you through what that actually looks like in real life so you can spot it from a mile away. Gaslighting, in simple terms, is when someone makes you doubt your own memory, your own perception, even your sanity, so they don't have to take responsibility. You see a message, you hear a phone call, you notice the late night work meetings, and instead of explaining, they convince you that you're the problem for noticing. It's like living in an apartment where the music is blaring all night, but every time you complain, they tell you the building is silent and maybe you just need more sleep. In cheating stories, this often shows up in the same tired lines. If you trusted me, you wouldn't have checked. You pushed me away. It was just a mistake. You're overreacting. And the classic, everyone cheats. Each one quietly flips the script. Instead of, I lied and betrayed you, it becomes, you're controlling, you're cold, you're dramatic, you're naive. Cozy, right? It's emotional revenge, but aimed at the person who got hurt. And when they're actually caught, that's when some cheaters really escalate. You'll see the sudden crying, the love bombing, the 10-page text about how you're their soulmate, and this slip up just proves how scared they are to lose you. Sometimes it goes darker, threats to self-harm, or dramatic speeches about how you've broken them by not immediately forgiving. They start playing the victim so hard that if you're already exhausted, it can feel easier to comfort them than to protect yourself. A quick composite example just to ground this. Imagine you glance at a shared tablet and see flirty messages, hotel bookings, maybe a picture that makes your stomach drop. You confront them. They laugh, call you paranoid, say it's a joke between coworkers. You feel that uncomfortable buzz under your skin, but you want to believe them, so you back off. Weeks later, you find an email thread confirming the affair, dates that line up with those work trips, and suddenly every moment you were called crazy snaps into focus. Your instincts were right the whole time. That's part of why this stuff feels so isolating. Mutual friends and family only see the curated version, the couple selfies, the cute party stories, the we're working on things speech. So when the cheater starts telling everyone you're jealous, controlling, or obsessed with revenge, people believe it, at least at first. You're alone in the dark while everyone else is nodding along to the highlight reel. As we move into the next few stories, you're going to notice something interesting. The original posters will often be doubting themselves in real time, second-guessing every boundary. But from the outside, you and I can clearly see the manipulation marching in a straight line. Think of these stories as a quiet little red flag library, not to make you paranoid, but to give you reference points. If you ever hear the same phrases, feel the same knot in your stomach late at night, you'll recognize the pattern sooner. So grab your favorite blanket, settle into the cozy Minecraft world on screen, and let's dive into a story where the cheater doesn't just gaslight with emotions. They try to weaponize therapy language and buzzwords to justify everything. They talk about attachment styles and emotional safety, like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. And then, much later, an actual therapist shows up in the comments, and that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served kicks in when karma really does come full circle. From cheating to collateral damage, friends, roommates, and double betrayals. And the wild part is once that kind of fake, self-aware cheating shows up, it almost never stays neatly contained between just two people. It starts in the relationship, but the blast radius hits the whole social circle. Friends, roommates, siblings, even that one coworker who just wanted a quiet life and a comfortable lunch break suddenly gets front row seats to the chaos. Welcome back to the channel if you're just settling in now. Grab your favorite blanket, let the Minecraft music and blocky little party of pixels roll in the background, and let's dive into how cheating turns into full-on collateral damage. Because here's the thing, a lot of the craziest stories aren't just my partner cheated, they're my partner cheated with my best friend, or with my roommate, or yes, even with my sibling. That double betrayal hits different. You don't just lose the relationship, you lose the person you used to vent to about the relationship. It's like emotional Jenga. One piece gets pulled, and suddenly the whole tower of trust is on the floor. You'll hear composite situations pop up again and again. Picture this. You live in a small apartment with your partner and A roommate. Your partner starts coming home late, but the roommate is always ready with a calm little cover story. Oh, they're working late. Oh, they went out with coworkers. They say it so casually that you almost feel guilty for being suspicious. Weeks go by, the vibrations of your gut feeling get louder, and every time you ask questions, both of them look you in the eye and reassure you you're overthinking. Then one night you check a message or a location pin, or you come home early, and it's not just that your partner is cheating. It's that the roommate who's been protecting your sleep and your peace is actually involved. Sometimes literally involved. Same couch, same blanket, same living room you all used to share movie nights in. And that's when the practical mess kicks in. Shared leases, split bills, Wi-Fi in one person's name, the dog or cat technically adopted by someone else. Furniture you built together in the middle of the night because the instructions made no sense. Suddenly you're not just grieving a breakup. You're negotiating who gets the bed, who keeps the apartment, and who has to move back in with their parents while still paying half the rent for 2 more months. Some of the upcoming stories get almost claustrophobic in how trapped people are. 3 names on a lease, tiny kitchen, 1 bathroom. OP finds out about the affair and can't afford to leave yet, so they're literally stuck in the same space as the ex and the affair partner. You get these tense, petty standoffs over fridge shelves, passive-aggressive dishwashing, and silent battles over who gets the living room at night. Emotionally, it's layered. You're processing the loss of a partner at the exact same time you realize a friend has been lying to your face. That kind of double hit is why some people lean into revenge, and others just shut down and quietly rebuild. In the stories ahead, you'll hear both. The satisfying moments where someone documents everything, waits out the lease, and walks away with the pet and their dignity, and the softer endings where the real win is learning to sleep again without checking every notification. And just to keep things interesting, we've also got a very specific flavor of betrayal coming up. The roommate who swears they're just helping your love life. They play matchmaker, offer cozy advice, set up little movie nights for you and your partner, all while subtly sabotaging things for their own benefit. Think you can spot the red flags before the reveal? Toxic in-laws, when the real problem isn't your partner. At first. So we've talked about cheating and the helpful roommate who's a little too invested in your love life. But not every wild relationship story is about someone sneaking around. Sometimes the relationship itself is actually pretty solid. The real chaos lives just outside the apartment, in a house with matching monogram towels, and a mother who has your wedding date circled in red for all the wrong reasons. This is where toxic in-laws walk in, like uninvited party guests who never ever go home. And when I say toxic, I don't just mean we don't vibe. I'm talking about the boundary stompers who show up for unannounced visits, the guilt trippers who say, after everything we've done for you, every time money comes up, the parents who hold the purse string so tight they think they get a vote on your job, your car, even your baby's name. They treat the partner like a permanent outsider, then act confused when things feel tense. Couples in these stories will tell you they were fine until the family got involved. You'll see the same patterns over and over. The mother-in-law with a key to your place who just pops in at 7 a.m., commenting on the dishes in the sink. Parents who expect to be prioritized over the spouse for every holiday, every weekend, every late-night phone call. Brothers and sisters who openly disrespect the partner at dinner, and the only response from your significant other is an awkward laugh and a quick subject change. That's where it stops being just an in-law issue and becomes a relationship problem. Because if your partner won't set boundaries, or they minimize everything with, "That's just how my mom is," it puts you in an impossible spot. You're told to adjust, get over it, to be the bigger person, to let the passive-aggressive comments slide so the night stays comfortable. Meanwhile, resentment piles up quietly, like dirty laundry no one wants to acknowledge. One of the classic setups goes like this. The couple is doing great, living a few states away. Then someone suggests moving closer to family to save on childcare or have more support. At first it sounds cozy. Shorter drives, Sunday dinners, maybe some free babysitting. But once they're back in the hometown, suddenly every decision needs parental approval. New job? Better ask dad. Vacation? Only if it doesn't interfere with mom's church music schedule. Even furniture gets debated because that couch doesn't really match our family's style. And the emotional tug-of-war is brutal. You want to respect family, especially when culture, religion, or tradition are in the mix. Those are powerful words people use like shields. In our culture, you always listen to your parents. A good wife never talks back to elders. It sounds noble on the surface, but in these stories, it's often code for, we still want control. You're trying to build an adult life, and they're still treating you like a teenager asking for the car keys. As we keep going, the in-law drama doesn't just stay at the level of snide comments and weird holiday schedules. It escalates. We're talking rumors spread through the extended family group chat, wedding plans accidentally sabotaged, even full-on campaigns to break the couple up. This is where that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served starts to creep back in. Because karma really does come full circle when people push too far. So, welcome back to the channel. Grab your favorite blanket, and let's dive into one of the most unhinged examples coming up. A mother-in-law who secretly plans an entire alternate wedding on the exact same day as her son's real ceremony, fully expecting him to skip his bride and show up to hers instead. Boundary battles, holidays, weddings, and the in-law power struggle. Holidays and weddings are where all of this really goes off the rails. It's like every unresolved family issue, every tiny power struggle suddenly gets dressed up in matching outfits and handed a microphone. You've got money, tradition, expectations, and public image all crammed into the same crowded room. And the result is not exactly cozy. On paper, it sounds simple. A nice dinner, some music, a pretty ceremony. Everyone goes home. But in these stories, the moment you ask, so, whose family are we seeing for Christmas? It turns into a full-scale negotiation. Who hosts the holiday? Whose culture or religion gets center stage? Which grandparents get priority this year? Who gets the couple on New Year's? Who gets them on the anniversary? Who feels robbed if they only get the morning instead of the whole day? It's like custody agreements, but with pie. Then you add weddings. Weddings are the final boss of boundary battles, because now you have public image on display. You're not just choosing a venue. You're choosing which side of the family gets to brag in their group chat. You'll see fights over guest lists. If you invite your coworker, you have to invite your third cousin's ex-husband. There are arguments over which rituals are required, whose pastor or officiant is more legitimate, even which side's music gets more time at the party. One composite story that shows up again and again is the financially controlling in-law wedding. Picture this. The couple wants a small outdoor ceremony, simple dress, low-key music, just enough to feel special and comfortable. His parents swoop in with a checkbook and a smile. They'll help pay. But suddenly that sweet offer turns into leverage. Now mom-in-law is picking the dress, vetoing anything that isn't her taste. The venue has to be at her preferred country club. The guest list doubles because she can't possibly leave out her coworkers. She even wants to rewrite the vows to remove anything about independence because it sounds disrespectful. And here's where partners sometimes become flying monkeys without even realizing it. Instead of backing their spouse, they carry the pressure from their parents straight into the relationship. Can't you just compromise? Starts sounding a lot like, can't you just erase what you want so my mom doesn't pout? It's framed as keeping the peace, but the only person actually bending is the one who already has the weakest position. Some of the most satisfying stories, though, are when people finally snap and redraw the map. They elope quietly and send photos later. They split holidays down the middle or have two separate events, so both cultures get respected on their own terms. Some couples go low contact after one last screaming match, where they're painted as difficult just for wanting a drama-free night. It hurts, because being labeled the problem when you're just asking for basic respect can make you question your own reality. You start wondering, am I overreacting? Until eventually you realize you're not. You're just done. And since karma really does come full circle, one of the wildest wedding stories coming up features a bride and groom who secretly changed their plans at the last minute, vanish from the original venue, and hold a surprise ceremony somewhere else, leaving a controlling mother-in-law standing in an over-decorated hall, mid-meltdown, as the family realizes the difficult couple was actually 3 steps ahead the whole time. When family picks sides, ultimatums, disowning, and going no contact. So after that disappearing act wedding, where the couple basically speed ran their escape from a controlling mom, we slide into an even heavier part of these stories. The families who don't just pout or guilt trip, they start throwing emotional grenades. I'm talking, if you marry them, you're not my child. If you don't invite your cousin, we're not coming. Or the classic, choose us or your spouse. It stops being about centerpieces and suddenly feels like a full-blown loyalty test. Welcome back to the channel if you're listening to this on a late night. Minecraft blocks glowing softly in the background. Grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, because this is where the cozy storytelling bumps up against that very real, very painful side of family drama. These ultimatums almost never come out of nowhere. They usually just expose control issues that were always there, simmering quietly while you were a kid, and only become obvious when you try to live as an independent adult. You see it over and over in these posts. The second someone says, hey, we're setting our own holiday plans, or no, we're not sharing our bank passwords, suddenly the parent who used to seem just a little overbearing turns into the main villain of the apartment-sized soap opera. There's screaming, there's guilt, there's that dramatic, after all I've done for you, speech, like they're delivering a monologue instead of talking to an actual human being. One pattern that keeps popping up is the partner who stays neutral for too long. They think, if I don't take sides, the music will die down and everyone will calm themselves. So they hover in the middle, hoping the emotional vibrations will just fade. But meanwhile, their spouse is getting hit with daily phone calls, nasty group chats, and surprise visits. By the time the neutral partner realizes how bad it is, their spouse is completely burned out, talking about leaving the relationship just to get some peace. And that's where the heartbreaking choices show up. Some people in these stories are literally weighing, do I cut off or limit contact with my own parents? Or do I lose the person I chose to build a life with? From the outside, it can look harsh when someone goes no contact or low contact. But once you read the full history, years of boundary stomping, broken promises, and repeated disrespect, you start to see it less as revenge and more as self-preservation. Going no contact in these posts is almost never impulsive. It's not one bad Christmas dinner and boom, blocked. It's death by 1,000 cuts. The ignored, please don't show up unannounced. The will behave this time, that turns into another screaming match. The way the whole extended family closes ranks to protect the toxic one, while calling the couple dramatic for finally saying enough. That's another twist we'll get into. Sometimes the villain isn't just one person. It's an entire enabling system of relatives, all reinforcing the same bad behavior. The aunts who say, "That's just how she is." The siblings who laugh it off. The grandparents who pressure you to apologize for having feelings. Karma really does come full circle in some of these stories, but the journey there can be brutal. And in one of the wildest ones coming up, the only way out is cold, hard proof. A partner gets so tired of being told they're too sensitive that they quietly start recording conversations with the in-laws. When their spouse finally hears what's actually being said behind their back, it doesn't just end the denial, it ends the family relationship altogether. We'll dive into that permanent split in just a bit. Roommates from hell, when your home stops being safe. And sometimes that permanent split isn't just with a partner or their family. Sometimes the person quietly wrecking your relationship is sleeping 10 feet away, sharing your fridge, and forgetting to buy toilet paper for the 4th week in a row. Because not everyone watching this lives with a spouse or a big dramatic in-law clan. A lot of you are in that in-between stage. Tiny apartment, random roommate from the internet, and a relationship you're trying to keep afloat in the middle of it all. So, welcome back to the channel, grab your favorite blanket, and let's dive into the next flavor of chaos. Roommates from hell. In these stories, roommate from hell doesn't just mean a little messy. We're talking about people who treat shared spaces like a 24/7 party, blast music at 2 a.m., steal your clearly labeled leftovers, and somehow always forget their half of the bills. Then they add a bonus level of difficulty by dragging your partner into it, bringing random hookups over at all hours, oversharing your business, or inserting themselves into arguments like they're the relationship referee. One composite scenario that pops up again and again goes like this. You finally get comfortable enough to invite your partner over regularly. At first, the roommate is friendly in that overly bright way. Lots of compliments, lots of, "Oh my gosh, you're so good for them." But slowly, the comments shift. Little flirty jokes, sitting just a bit too close on the couch, sharing private conversations you had in confidence, twisted into concerns about you. Before you know it, your partner is hearing a curated highlight reel of your worst moments, courtesy of the jealous person who shares your Wi-Fi. Power imbalances make it even messier. One person's name is on the lease, the other is technically a guest, so every argument carries that quiet thread of, if you don't like it, you can leave. Or one roommate has way more money, pays a bigger share, and uses that to dictate who's allowed over and when. Some of the most chilling stories coming up feature roommates who weaponize secrets, screenshots, old messages, mental health struggles, dragging them out during fights to keep control. It's not just annoying, it's emotional blackmail. So you end up in this place where your own home doesn't feel safe. You're locking your bedroom door even when you're just in the shower. You're hiding important documents because rent money has gone missing before. You're quietly checking if your bedroom window actually latches, while Minecraft blocks stack calmly on the screen to help you drift off to sleep. It's cozy on the outside, but inside you're on high alert. And that's really the theme of this whole night. Trust and betrayal don't just happen in romance. They happen with the people you share walls, bills, and late-night vibrations from the neighbor's subwoofer with. When those lines get crossed, the revenge isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just moving out in the dead of night, leaving nothing but an empty room and the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. In a bit, we'll get into one of my favorite roommate stories, the one where the roommate secretly reads every message on the poster's laptop, then starts predicting relationship problems like some budget psychic. They act wise and indispensable, right up until karma really does come full circle. Best friends, worst enemies, sabotage, secret crushes, and quiet jealousy. So that budget psychic roommate is fun in a chaotic way. But the next layer gets a lot heavier. This is where the betrayals stop being loud and obvious and start coming from the people you're supposed to feel the most comfortable around. If you've ever had a best friend who knew every detail of your relationship, this part might hit a little close to home. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're still awake, grab your favorite blanket, get cozy, and let's dive into the stories where the best friend slowly turns into the worst enemy. These are the people who know your insecurities, your history, the exact fights you've had with your partner, and sometimes they quietly weaponize all of that. A lot of these posts follow the same painful pattern. There's the best friend with a secret crush on your partner who volunteers to third wheel every movie night. There's the friend who jokes about your flaws in front of your partner, then acts surprised when it clearly lands wrong. Or the one who plays both sides, carrying little bits of gossip back and forth, stirring the pot just enough to keep the drama simmering, then pretending to be the exhausted peacemaker. One summarized story you'll hear tonight starts with a rough patch in a relationship. Money stress, late nights, not a lot of sleep. The poster vents to their best friend, who nods sympathetically and says, "If your partner ever needs to talk, I'm here." Sounds kind, right? Cut to a few weeks later, and that same friend is comforting the partner alone in their apartment after an argument, the music low, the lights dims, and they cross a line that can't be uncrossed. What starts as a shoulder to cry on slowly turns into a full-blown affair. The wild part is how slow burn a lot of these betrayals are. Months or even years of backhanded compliments, tiny digs, and "I'm just being honest" comments about the poster's looks, job, or mental health. Little vibrations of jealousy that don't seem like much at first, until you look back and realize the pattern was there the whole time. Some of the most heartbreaking posts come from people who realized this friend was never really a friend at all. They just liked having someone to compete with, someone they could feel superior to. When the chance came to win by stealing the partner, they took it, then acted confused about why anyone was upset. That's where the double grief kicks in. You're not just losing a relationship. You're losing the person you used to call first when anything went wrong. It makes a lot of posters question their own judgment, wonder if they ignored red flags, or if they're just bad at choosing who to trust. Some endings are gloriously messy, full petty, or nuclear revenge that gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Others are quiet walkaways, where the poster cuts both people off and slowly rebuilds their life, one peaceful night of sleep at a time. And then there's the one I'm about to read a little later, where the best friend actually writes their own Reddit post trying to justify everything, and the comments absolutely destroy them. Karma really does come full circle. Petty Revenge 101. Small, satisfying wins after big betrayals. So after all of that chaos and heartbreak, you might be lying there thinking, okay, but does anyone ever get even just a little bit? This is where things start to feel a bit more satisfying, where that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served shows up in smaller, cozier doses. We're easing into what I like to call petty revenge 101. Nothing illegal, nothing dangerous, nothing that's gonna keep you up at night worrying about court dates. These are the tiny, clever, mildly inconvenient consequences that make you exhale and think, yeah, they kind of had that coming. It's not about blowing up someone's entire life. It's about nudging their comfort level just enough that they have to sit with what they did. In this part of the compilation, you'll hear stories like the guy who, right after discovering his girlfriend's second phone and secret party life, quietly changed all the streaming passwords the same night he moved out of their apartment. No shouting, no broken dishes, just a loading screen that never loads. Another poster packs every single gift from their cheating ex, hoodies, jewelry, stuffed animals, into one big box and drops it on the doorstep with a polite note. Since you like having backups, here's yours back. It's petty, it's a little childish, and it is so emotionally satisfying. Sometimes the revenge is as simple as exposing lies to a very small but very important audience. One OP finds out her boyfriend has been telling 2 different stories about why they can't visit his parents. So she forwards one carefully chosen text thread to a family group chat, then puts her phone down and lets the vibrations buzz on the table while she makes tea. No screaming match, no dramatic music, just quiet, uncomfortable truth doing the work for her. What I love about these cozy little stories is that they're less about hurting the other person and more about reclaiming control and dignity. After emotional betrayal, which, by the way, studies suggest can hurt even more than physical cheating, people often feel powerless. A small act of revenge, like returning gifts or changing a password, is a way of saying, you don't get to write the ending. I do. It's closure with a tiny twist, and the posters know it. So many of them start with, I know this is petty, or, yes, I was being a bit childish. They're self-aware, they're laughing at themselves a little, and that's exactly why these stories help you drift off to sleep, instead of stressing you out. It's like emotional bubble wrap, soft, harmless pops of justice. Of course, there's a line. Some people get stuck replaying revenge fantasies instead of actually moving on, and you can feel that in the tone. The most satisfying ones, though, end with, and then I blocked them and focused on my own life, or I slept better that night than I had in months. That's the energy we're leaning into here. Tiny wins, then a peaceful night. But every now and then, a small move hits way harder than expected. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you're just waking up or tuning back in, grab your favorite blanket, because coming up there's a story where one little group chat screenshot, meant as a quiet bit of petty revenge, accidentally detonates an entire friend group's dynamics. Let's dive into how karma really does come full circle when a private lie suddenly becomes very, very public. Nuclear options. When walking away isn't enough anymore. So that little leaked group chat is like a firecracker compared to where we're headed next. Up until now, most of these stories have been petty or medium-sized revenge. The kind that stings but eventually fades. But there's a whole other category you see a lot on Reddit, and people literally call it nuclear revenge. When I say nuclear, I don't mean screaming matches or tossing someone's clothes off the balcony in the middle of the night. I mean carefully planned, high-impact moves that permanently change the other person's life circumstances, usually in legal, financial, or professional ways. This is the point where walking away doesn't feel like enough anymore. The damage is so deep that simply blocking them and trying to sleep comfortably at night doesn't scratch the itch for safety or closure. And that's important to understand. These stories almost never start with one bad fight. They come after months or years of emotional betrayal, financial infidelity, cheating, or straight-up abuse. Think about someone discovering that, oops, a little credit card debt is actually 6 figures of secret loans, hidden accounts, and a second apartment they're paying for, so their partner can play house with a side piece. In a lot of these stories, the narrator doesn't explode. They go quiet. They start gathering screenshots of messages, copies of bank statements, photos of documents left out after a drunken, music-filled party, maybe even recordings of workplace misconduct. One of my favorites is when someone realizes their spouse is not just cheating, but also committing financial fraud in their joint business. Instead of confronting them, they spend months downloading statements, backing up emails, and lining up a meeting with a lawyer and an accountant. Then, on one very calm afternoon, everything drops at once. To HR, to the bank, to the tax authorities, and to the spouse's unsuspecting affair partner. Now this is where the moral gray area gets real. Some of you feel that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served just hearing that setup. Others of you might shift under your blanket and think, oof, that's a lot. Both reactions are valid. I know, revenge stories to help you drift off to sleep sounds counterintuitive, but there's something strangely soothing about seeing long-term manipulators finally face consequences. I do want to be clear, I'm not here to glorify illegal behavior or tell you to go full vigilante in your own life. I'm just walking you through what the original posters chose to do, how they documented things, who they talked to, lawyers, HR, sometimes even law enforcement, and what actually happened after the blast. Emotionally, there's a very specific shift in these nuclear stories. There's a moment where the narrator stops trying to fix the relationship, stops begging for basic decency, and instead focuses entirely on protecting themselves and sometimes making sure the other person finally hits the wall they've been dodging for years. It's less, I want to hurt you, and more, I'm done letting you hurt me, and I'm done shielding you from karma. So as we keep gliding through this cozy Minecraft world, welcome back to the channel. If you nodded off for a bit, by the way, let's dive into that upper tier. Coming up, you're going to hear about legal action that freezes accounts overnight, HR reports that end long-running workplace affairs, and financial disentangling so precise it leaves the cheater standing in an empty apartment wondering what just happened. And then there's the one I hinted at earlier, a spouse who discovers years of secret debt, hidden credit cards, and a rainy day fund that's actually fueling a double life. Instead of screaming, they quietly outmaneuver the cheater so completely that by the time the divorce papers land on the table during what was supposed to be a romantic vacation, the only thing their partner walks away with is the bill. Walk away power, the quietest revenge that hurts the most. So that vacation table slam cut into divorce papers is one kind of ending. But I want you to notice something else that keeps popping up in these stories. Sometimes the coldest, most devastating move isn't nuclear revenge at all. It's just walking away, quietly. No big speech, no smashed plates, just a door that closes and never opens again. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you haven't yet, grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, And let's dive into this softer kind of justice that still gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, but in a way that can actually help you drift off to sleep. A lot of original posters describe it like a switch flipping. There's this click moment, one last lie, one more cheating rumor, one more toxic in-law comment at a family dinner. And instead of the usual cycle, argue, cry, beg, promise to change, they just go quiet. On the outside, nothing explodes. On the inside, the entire relationship is already over. You'll hear it in the wording. They stop saying, "How do I fix this?" and start saying, "Okay, how do I leave?" They go from emotional reactions to logistical planning. It's almost boring, and that's what makes it so powerful. While the other person thinks they have won the fight, OP is opening a new bank account, checking the lease terms, and texting friends about spare rooms. Picture a composite story from a bunch we're about to get into. Our narrator lives in a tiny apartment with a partner who treats the place like a permanent party. Late night music, random guests, secret debt racked up on shared cards. After one especially bad night, with shouting, accusations, and maybe a flying shoe or two, OP doesn't scream back. They just nod, say, "You're right, I'm overreacting," and go to bed. But they don't sleep. Over the next month, they're quietly breaking the lease, documenting every financial betrayal, and moving their direct deposit into a separate account. They line up a new place across town, somewhere cozy and calm, where the only vibrations are from the Minecraft music in the background while they fall asleep, not from bass shaking the walls at 2 a.m. When moving day comes, there's no dramatic showdown. Partner comes home to bare shelves and a neatly folded key on the counter. That's the difference between reactive revenge and intentional detachment. Revenge says, I want you to hurt like I hurt right now. Detachment says, I choose peace over chaos, even if chaos would feel really satisfying for about 5 minutes. And here's the quietly brutal part. Months later, OP is thriving, while the toxic ex is running the same script on a brand new victim. Some of the most impactful stories tonight end exactly like that. No public blow-up, no viral confrontation video, just someone who finally decided enough is enough, set boundaries, and walked. Meanwhile, the cheaters, the nightmare in-laws, the backstabbing roommates and best friends, they keep repeating the same patterns, proving karma really does come full circle, even if it takes the scenic route. As you listen, pay attention to those quieter endings, just as much as the wild, petty, and nuclear revenge. All of these relationship stories, cheating, toxic family drama, roommate disasters, are really circling one question: when is enough? Enough for you? Because coming up, we're heading straight into some of the craziest cheating and family sagas of the night, including one where a single forgotten text message doesn't just start an argument, it unravels an entire double life. Story 4: The engagement party that turned into a group chat trial. So as that forgotten text message is still kind of echoing in your mind, I want you to take a second, look back at the Minecraft world on your screen, and just breathe. The little pixelated water, the soft night music, those calm blocky clouds drifting over the tiny apartment build. You're safe on the outside of these stories. You're just here to listen, relax, maybe grab your favorite blanket while other people's drama plays out at a distance. Because this next one, this is an engagement party that basically turns into a live courtroom, with a group chat as the star witness. OP is this woman who has been dreaming about her engagement party for years. She's got the fairy lights reserved, the cozy venue, the playlist that's more chill than club, But in the weeks leading up to it, her fiancé starts feeling off. He's glued to his phone, turning the screen away when she walks by, laughing at messages he won't explain. At the same time, her maid of honor, who used to be her ride or die, suddenly gets weirdly distant and cagey about planning details. There's this guys-only pre-party her fiancé insists on. The story he gives her doesn't quite add up, but she talks herself out of suspicion. Couples who communicate honestly tend to be more stable, right? So she decides to trust, to stay comfortable, to believe this is just stress. The night of the engagement party, everything looks perfect. Family, friends, twinkly lights, cake on the table. If you glance back at the Minecraft screen, imagine that same warm glow over a little in-game village. OP finally starts to relax. People are laughing. The music is soft, and it feels like the start of a new chapter. Then her cousin gets a little too drunk. He's trying to airdrop a meme to one person, and instead he airdrops a screenshot compilation to literally everyone who has AirDrop on. Phones buzz across the room like a wave. At first, no one says anything. There's just this slow-motion horror as people look down, swipe, and their faces change. Side eyes, whispering. OP's mom staring at her phone, then at the fiancé. You can almost feel those vibrations of tension through the floor. OP asks her cousin for his phone, confused. He's pale. On the screen is a group chat. Her fiancé, her maid of honor, and a couple of his friends. Flirty messages, secret meetups. Them mocking OP's excitement about the dress, the party, her Pinterest boards. And then hotel booking confirmations and explicit messages that are very much not just jokes. She's shaking, but she's calm. She walks to the center of the room, calls for quiet, and reads just enough out loud to make it undeniable. Then she looks at her fiancé and her maid of honor and simply asks them to explain the timestamps. The hotel, the messages sent while she was cake tasting. The room fractures. One aunt starts loudly narrating every reaction like she's watching live TV, which adds this dark, almost absurd humor. Some guests rush to OP's side. A few try to de-escalate, saying, "Maybe it's not what it looks like." Fiancé goes straight for excuses. He blames alcohol, wedding stress, claims it was just emotional cheating. The maid of honor insists they were only joking, that it never really happened. But the receipts are right there. Dates, locations, photos. Karma really does come full circle when people document their own downfall. OP doesn't scream. She just takes off her engagement ring, walks over to the cake table, and sets it down beside the topper. She thanks her cousin for the accidental truth bomb and quietly announces the wedding is off. Within days, she moves out, blocks them both, and later posts an update saying she's in therapy and rebuilding with the friends and family who stood with her in that room. It hurts, but there's that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served when you realize the worst night also gave her absolute clarity. And as you sink a little deeper under your blanket, remember, sometimes those public disasters become the cleanest exit ramps. Stay cozy, because the next story gets even messier, but with a twist you might actually find kind of wholesome. Story 5. When the side piece met the main character at brunch. So while our last main character was having her whole world rearranged in one awful night, over here in our Minecraft world, I'm just calmly placing lanterns on a little village street. The music is soft, the pixels are cozy, and somewhere between this tiny town and your blanket, we're gonna talk about double lives colliding in the brightest possible daylight. Grab your favorite blanket, because this one starts like a rom-com and ends like a plot twist. OP says she'd been with her boyfriend for 3 years. Apartment keys exchanged, toothbrush in his bathroom, the whole comfortable routine. She really thought they were solid. At the same time, another Reddit post pops up in the thread from a second narrator. Different username, different style, and you slowly realize she's telling the same relationship from the other side. She's the side piece, and she doesn't know it yet. From OP's point of view, the weirdness crept in slowly. More work trips that always seem to fall on long weekends. A phone that went from casually tossed on the coffee table to face down, glued to his hand, passcode changed. Then came self-care Sundays. He'd say he needed 1 day a week to reset, do his skincare, read, just be alone. It actually sounded healthy. And OP wanted to be supportive. Meanwhile, you and I know that when someone suddenly discovers self-care after 3 years, you keep one sleepy eye open. Flip to the side piece's timeline. She thinks she's in a serious relationship with a guy who swears he's divorced and just taking things slow before she meets his friends and family. Their Sundays are brunch dates, long walks, talk about future trips. She writes that emotional betrayal hurts more than physical cheating, and you can feel she already suspects something, but she can't quite name it. Then comes the brunch setup. OP's best friend invites her to this trendy new spot, bottomless mimosas, plants everywhere, the kind of place that looks like a Minecraft greenhouse. Same day, same time, boyfriend finally tells the side piece, "I'm ready for you to meet some of my friends," and picks that exact restaurant. They're seated in different sections. Boyfriend is running late. OP and her friend pass the side piece on the way to the bathroom. Just two strangers brushing by. The kind of near miss that makes you hold your breath a little. Another pass at the coffee station. Still nothing. The catalyst hits at the host stand. Boyfriend walks in, spots OP's table first, and does a full-body panic pivot toward the door. The hostess, bless her chaotic neutral soul, calls his name. Loudly. OP's head snaps up. The side piece's head snaps up. Same name. Same man. OP sees him freeze, then notices his eyes locked on someone behind her. She turns, and there's this slow-motion moment where both women just know. They walk up together, calm in that scary way. How long have you been dating him? Where does he live? What's his job? He stammers. They compare answers. Then the receipts come out. Photos of work trips that overlap with self-care Sundays. Screenshots of texts, identical pet names, recycled compliments. In about 3 minutes, they build an alliance right there between the hostess stand and the coat rack. Boyfriend tries everything. First, he claims it's polyamory and they misunderstood the vibe. Then it's a big mix-up. Then he's the victim. The staff quietly asks him to leave when voices rise. And the two women? They sit down together and finish brunch. That's the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, choosing solidarity over rivalry. In the aftermath, they become casual friends, occasionally updating each other on his sad little attempts to crawl back. One later posts an update saying she's now in a healthy relationship, with actual communication and no mysterious Sundays. Karma really does come full circle. Sometimes it just needs a reservation. As we lay another row of cozy houses in our Minecraft village, remember, partners can be messy, but in-laws can do damage on a whole different level. The next story shifts the chaos from boyfriends to a family that turns welcome into a weapon, and you might be surprised how far they'll go. Story 6. Monster-in-law moves into the guest room and tries to evict the bride. As we lay down those last few cozy houses, I'm also tucking a tiny guest house onto the edge of our Minecraft base. Cute on the outside, right? But you and I both know, sometimes the person who moves into that little extra space can turn your whole world upside down. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket, because this next one slides us straight into toxic in-law territory. Think of our base expanding, new rooms, new chests, everything finally organized, and then a random player logs in, claims a bed, and starts acting like they're the server admin. OP is a newlywed, just a few months into marriage. She and her husband spent years in a cramped apartment, saving every spare dollar, skipping nights out and music festivals, eating at home. Finally, they close on a small but cozy house, 2 bedrooms, 1 tiny office, a yard just big enough for a grill and maybe a future dog. It's their dream. Quiet, private, and fully theirs. Enter mother-in-law. At first, she's just trying to help. She drops by unannounced with casseroles, points out dust on the baseboards, and makes gentle digs about OP's cooking. She'll say things like, "In my son's home, I always made a full breakfast, not just coffee," while smiling like it's a compliment. Then MIL has a health scare. Nothing life-threatening, but scary enough. She asks if she can stay for a couple of weeks to recover. OP wants to be kind, so she sets her up in the guest room, explains the boundaries, and reminds herself that family support is important. 2 weeks, they think. No big deal. Weeks turn into months. Boxes appear in the living room. MIL starts rearranging the kitchen, so it makes sense, throwing out spices and moving pans. She introduces the place to relatives on video calls as "my son's home," like OP is just renting a corner. When OP suggests a different paint color, MIL laughs and says, "We'll see what my son wants." The power plays get sharper. MIL questions OP's job, saying she should work less and clean more. She tells her son OP is too controlling because she doesn't want MIL to have a key to their bedroom. Meanwhile, OP discovers MIL has been telling relatives that OP is just staying here until she finds her own place, in her own house. It gets worse. MIL secretly talks to a lawyer, trying to figure out if she can claim tenant rights, because her mail now comes there. OP only finds out when a nosy cousin sends screenshots. Around the same time, MIL throws away a box of OP's sentimental items from her late grandmother, calling them old junk. That's the breaking point. OP doesn't scream. She prints out a written 30-day notice, hands it to MIL at the kitchen table, and calmly explains that her stay is over. Husband is torn at first, pulled by guilt, until OP shows him messages where MIL calls the house basically hers, and paints OP as some temporary intruder. That's his wake-up call. Together, they help MIL pack, even offer to pay for a small apartment nearby, with very clear rules. No unannounced visits, no keys, no more undermining. Mill gives a dramatic performance on the front lawn, sobbing that OP stole her son, swearing she'll never speak to them again. Of course, a few weeks later, she's back, with a store-bought pie and slightly better behavior. Not perfect, but the boundaries hold. It's that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, in a quiet, paperwork and backbone kind of way. And as we add a fence around our Minecraft guest house, just remember, karma really does come full circle. Because if you think that was dramatic, wait until the next story, where an in-law doesn't just move in. She tries to rewrite the wedding itself from the inside out. Story 7, The Wedding. Where the groom's mom wore a white gown and a veil. As we finish that little fence and start placing stained glass in our Minecraft chapel, you can almost feel it, right? that quiet, cozy space where a wedding should feel safe and sacred, unless someone's determined to turn it into their own personal drama party. So, welcome back to the channel, and let's dive into a story where the villain isn't an ex or a cheating partner, but a mother-in-law who almost stole the entire ceremony. Our narrator is a bride who's been planning her wedding for over a year. Spreadsheets, mood boards, late-night Pinterest scrolls instead of sleep. Her fiancé is sweet and supportive, but his mom has always been just a little too attached. The kind of possessive where she calls him my baby, in front of everyone, even though he's 30. At first, she tolerates OP polite smiles, backhanded compliments, nothing overt. But the second wedding planning begins, the mask slips. She insists on inviting a dozen extra cousins no one's heard of. She pushes hard to move the ceremony to her church, even though the couple already booked a garden venue. And she keeps dropping that same line at every family dinner. No one will ever love him like his mother does. Cozy, right? OP picks a simple, elegant white gown. Clean lines, soft fabric, nothing over the top. She sends a picture to her fiancé, who loves it. Future MIL demands to see it too, then tilts her head and says it's a bit plain, and maybe too understated for someone marrying my son. OP brushes it off, trying to stay comfortable and calm. It's one day. How bad can it get? The answer shows up on the wedding morning. OP is getting her hair done, music low, that floaty, nervous excitement setting in. Then a bridesmaid rushes in, eyes huge. You're not going to believe what she's wearing. Out in the courtyard, the groom's mom arrives in a full-length white gown with lace details and, unbelievably, a small veil and a satin sash. She proudly announces it's a traditional mother of the groom dress from her culture, even though no one from that culture, including her own relatives, has ever heard of such a thing. Guests start whispering. The photographer keeps glancing between OP's dress bag and MIL, like he's trying to solve a visual puzzle. OP's mom is quietly seething in the corner. The groom tries to downplay it. It's just a misunderstanding. She didn't mean... But OP feels that deep, cold sting. She pulls him aside and very calmly says, I'm not walking down that aisle until your mother either changes or takes off the veil and sash. I will not share my wedding dress code with her. Here's the test. Studies say couples who set boundaries with in-laws early tend to be happier, and you can see why in this moment. He hesitates, torn between the woman who raised him and the woman he's about to marry. Then he looks at OP's face, really looks, and finally walks over to his mom. MIL explodes. Tears, shaking hands, the whole performance. She wails about being replaced, accuses OP of being insecure, and threatens to leave the wedding entirely if she can't wear what she wants. It's dramatic, but also revealing. Revenge in relationships often comes from this exact unresolved resentment. OP's mom, absolute legend, has quietly brought a tasteful backup dress in a different color, just in case. The groom tells his mother gently but firmly, if you leave, we're still getting married. If you stay, you change into this. That's it. Boundary drawn. After a long, tense pause, MIL takes the dress. She disappears into a side room and comes back out looking like a normal mother of the groom. The ceremony finally starts. OP walks down the aisle in her own dress, her own veil, in her own moment, and you can almost feel that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, even without a glitter bomb. Later, OP posts that, over time, MIL's behavior improves a little. Not magically fixed, but she realizes the boundaries are real and enforceable. That line, "We'll get married without you," echoes longer than any speech. Weddings have a way of exposing the true dynamics of a family. Who respects boundaries, who needs control, who quietly steps up with a backup plan in a garment bag. And if you think that's wild, wait until the next story, where the person trying to sabotage the relationship isn't a parent at all. It's a roommate who seems super supportive, until you notice they never leave your partner alone, and the late night conversations from the next apartment over start to sound a little too intimate. So, grab your favorite blanket, let the Minecraft night fall around our little chapel, and get ready, because sometimes karma really does come full circle, especially when the threat isn't blood related, but living right down the hall. Story 8. The roommate who tried to replace the girlfriend. One little favor at a time. And this time, the threat isn't just down the hall in another apartment. She's on the other side of your bedroom wall, sharing your Wi-Fi and your Netflix profile. Welcome back to the channel, and as our little Minecraft chapel glows in the moonlight, I'm gonna start laying out some cozy paths and decorate a shared storage room. Double chests, item frames, everything neatly labeled. It's the perfect backdrop for a story about shared space, blurred boundaries, and someone who slowly starts acting like your save file is actually theirs. So let's dive into Story 8. OP is a woman living with a female roommate. It's a pretty comfortable setup. 2 bedrooms, shared kitchen, quiet at night, no wild music or party vibrations coming through the walls. When OP starts dating the guy who'll eventually become her long-term boyfriend, the roommate is all smiles. She wants to meet him, invites him over for board game nights, and keeps telling OP, "He seems great, you deserve this." At first it feels wholesome, like one of those stories where everyone just gets along. Then the helpful favors start. OP works late some nights, so the roommate offers to cook for the boyfriend when he comes over. No point in him sitting around hungry, she laughs. She hangs out with him in the living room while OP finishes her shift, adds him to the group chat that's supposed to be for bills and chores, and starts sending little memes for the house. On paper, it's all innocent. In practice, OP comes home more than once to find them mid-movie, mid-inside joke, with her spot on the couch already warm. Over time, the creep is almost artistic. The roommate asks casual questions. What kind of clothes he likes, what music he's into, his favorite games. OP doesn't think much of it until her roommate suddenly has the same haircut, buys similar outfits, and starts randomly getting into his hobbies. He likes hiking. Now she's a hiking girl. He's into Minecraft. She's asking him for base building tips. It's like watching someone slowly copy your character skin. The comments get sharper too. Little digs about OP being so busy and so stressed for a relationship, said with a laugh but landing heavy. The roommate paints herself as the easygoing alternative, the one who's always available, always down to chill. The line really snaps one night when OP comes home early. She walks into the living room and finds them cuddled under a blanket, watching a show she and her boyfriend had been saving to watch together first. When she freezes in the doorway, they both jump apart like teenagers caught by a parent, then insist it's not what it looks like. When OP says she's uncomfortable, they gaslight her. The boyfriend says, "We're just friends, we get along, that's a good thing, right?" The roommate acts hurt that OP would assume the worst. For a while, OP second guesses herself. Studies say emotional betrayal can hurt more than physical cheating, and she can feel why, but the evidence keeps stacking. Group photos with slightly flirty captions. The roommate on the phone calling him basically my best friend now. Then one day, OP borrows the roommate's tablet for a recipe and finds messages. Long rants about waiting for him to realize he chose the wrong girl, plus a drafted confession text she never sent. Instead of exploding, OP goes full calm revenge mode. She sits them both down at the kitchen table, reads a few of the messages out loud, and asks her boyfriend very quietly if he's interested in the roommate. The color drains from his face. He apologizes, says he never saw her that way, and admits he didn't realize how bad it looked. The roommate breaks down, crying, saying OP didn't appreciate him enough, basically confirming every instinct OP had. That's when OP draws her new boundaries. The roommate gets a move-out deadline, the boyfriend gets a strict recalibration talk, and eventually OP and her boyfriend move into a place of their own. The relationship survives, but with new reinforced walls, like adding obsidian around your most important chests. And if you're thinking, that's bad, but at least nobody went nuclear, hold that thought, because our next roommate story, she doesn't just try to replace the girlfriend. She tries to blow up the entire save file out of spite. So stay comfortable. Let the soft Minecraft night help you drift off to sleep. And remember, betrayal doesn't always look like obvious cheating. Sometimes karma really does come full circle, especially when the roommate underestimates just how well you can read the signs. Story 9. The spiteful roommate who reported the couple to their landlord. And speaking of roommates trying to blow up the whole save file, let's pan the camera back over our Minecraft world for a second. I'm expanding the house a bit here, maybe even digging out a little secret basement under the floorboards. You know how sometimes everything looks calm on the surface, but underneath there's this whole maze of hidden tunnels and pressure building? That's exactly what was happening in this next apartment. Welcome back to the channel, grab your favorite blanket, and let's dive into a story that lives right in that cozy but tense space. OP is a guy sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with another dude. Decent place, thin walls, nothing fancy. OP's girlfriend starts staying over more often, 2, maybe 3 nights a week. She's quiet, she helps with dishes, she even tosses in money for groceries and toilet paper. At first, the roommate is all, oh yeah, it's chill, I don't mind. On the surface, the house looks peaceful, but like those little Minecraft vibrations you hear before something collapses, the complaints start. The roommate suddenly has a problem with dishes in the sink, even when most of them are his. He grumbles about noise, even though the loudest thing in the apartment is the fridge humming at night. He complains about losing his alone time, while he's the one blasting music and hosting the occasional party. Then the petty revenge starts. He hogs the bathroom when he knows the girlfriend has to leave for work, taking 40-minute showers at the worst possible times. He accidentally locks the chain on the front door so she's stuck in the hallway. He makes these snide little comments about her basically living here rent-free, even though she's literally scrubbing his pans. OP, trying to keep things comfortable, offers a compromise. He suggests girlfriend-free nights a few times a week, offers to cover more of the utilities, even adjust his schedule so the roommate can have more quiet evenings. The roommate nods, says that sounds fair, and then keeps escalating anyway. One afternoon, the landlord shows up unannounced for a quick inspection. He mentions complaints about noise and, more seriously, an unauthorized extra tenant overcrowding the apartment. OP is blindsided, standing there with his girlfriend, feeling like they've just been called into the principal's office. The landlord is awkward but firm. Later, OP notices a stack of papers on their shared printer. Curiosity wins. It's email copies. The roommate has been writing the landlord, painting the girlfriend as a disruptive, non-paying tenant who's there every night, exaggerating everything. OP doesn't yell. He waits, then calmly drops the printed emails in front of the roommate. The roommate doubles down, saying he's just enforcing the lease and that OP put him in a bad position. So OP actually reads the lease. And that's when the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served starts to glow. Because the roommate, he's been subletting his room on weekends, keeping a band pet hidden, and running a little side business out of the apartment. OP documents everything. Photos of the pet, screenshots of the listings, dates, times, and schedules a quiet meeting with the landlord. He explains the real frequency of the girlfriend's visits and lays out the roommate's violations. Karma really does come full circle. The landlord issues the roommate a notice to cure or quit. Suddenly, the guy who was just enforcing the lease is the one packing boxes. OP and his girlfriend take over the lease, later choosing a new roommate on their own terms, and the apartment finally feels calm. And if you think roommates are risky, wait until you hear what happens when the person crossing the line is your so-called best friend. Our next story digs into that secret basement of loyalty, where someone you trust most isn't nearly as loyal as they seem. Story 10. My best friend. Accidentally kissed my partner at a party out in the Minecraft world. The square sun finally dips and the sky melts into that deep pixelated blue. Torches go up along the little paths, windows glow in tiny cabins, and the whole map shifts from busy daytime to cozy party night. So, welcome back to the channel, grab your favorite blanket, and let's dive into a story where the real explosions aren't from creepers, they're from a best friend who doesn't know what off-limits means. I grew up with my best friend, Lena. Think, first sleepovers, middle school secrets, the whole thing. By the time we were adults, everyone joked we were basically siblings. When I started dating my partner, Evan, she was the loudest cheerleader. She helped me pick outfits, hyped me up before dates, and kept saying stuff like, "You finally found a good one." It felt safe, comfortable. Then the early boundary weirdness started. On movie nights in my apartment, she'd squeeze onto the couch right between us instead of taking the open chair. Her flirty jokes toward him were a little too sharp, a little too frequent. She constantly invited herself along. Dinner? She'd just happen to be nearby. Weekend hike? Third wheeling is my superpower. I told myself this was just our playful dynamic, that she was like this with everyone. I wanted to sleep on it instead of admit the red flags. One weekend, a mutual friend hosted a house party. Classic setup, low music thumping through the walls, colored lights, people drifting between the kitchen and the living room with plastic cups. Almost everyone there knew both me and Lena, which made it feel like this big shared history reunion. Social pressure cooker, basically. There was plenty of alcohol. I was pacing myself, nursing one drink and lots of water. Meanwhile, Lena and Evan were definitely more tipsy. They kept dancing together in that way you can technically defend as just fun, but the way her hands lingered on his shoulders made my stomach do those bad vibrations. I still told myself not to be that jealous partner. I stepped outside to take a call from my mom. Just a quick check-in under the real night sky while the party music muffled behind me. Maybe 5 minutes. When I came back into the kitchen, I froze. Lena was kissing Evan. Not a peck. A full, eyes-closed kiss. And he was not exactly pushing her away. I just said their names. Quiet. Almost calm. They jumped apart like I'd thrown cold water on them. Suddenly it was a mistake, and we're so drunk, and it was just the energy of the moment. Within 30 seconds, the story started mutating. Lena insisted she'd tripped, then that I leaned in first, then that I'd walked in at a weird angle and misunderstood. She said I was overreacting, that it didn't mean anything. It felt like being gaslit in real time. The next day, my phone buzzed with a message from another friend who'd been in the hallway. Sober. She wrote, "I saw it happen. They were already kissing before you walked in. It wasn't a stumble. It lasted a few seconds." That clarity hit like a creeper in the dark. I told both of them, as calmly as I could, that even if it had been some drunken slip, that line was still crossed. I took a few days of space. No calls, no text, just me, my thoughts, and some late-night Minecraft to help you drift off to sleep while I sorted my own head. In the end, I broke up with Evan. If he respected me, that kiss would have ended before it started. I also pulled back hard from Lena, because she kept dodging responsibility, still editing the story a little each time we talked. Karma really does come full circle though. A few months later, I heard they'd tried dating. It imploded fast. Jealous fights, constant suspicion, no trust. Exactly the relationship they'd earned. And weirdly, that gave me that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Accidental kisses aren't accidents. They're confessions. They tell you everything about the respect someone does, or doesn't, have for you. In our next story, we stay in best friend territory. But this time the twist is a lot more wholesome. Imagine a friend who's put in the exact same temptation and actually chooses loyalty instead of betrayal. Story 11, the best friend who secretly tested my boyfriend's loyalty and regretted it. So sticking with that best friend theme, this next one is like the mirror universe version of the last story. Instead of the friend being the temptation, the friend becomes the tester while you watch me slowly build up these Minecraft walls and reinforce this little base. Imagine doing the same thing with your heart, checking for weak spots, seeing if anything crumbles under pressure. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket if you haven't already, because this one starts in a pretty anxious place, but ends with that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Just not in the way you'd expect. I'd been cheated on twice before. Different guys, same pattern. Late night work texts, phones flipped face down. That weird shift in the emotional vibrations in the apartment when someone is hiding something. So when I finally met my current boyfriend, kind, consistent, actually present, it felt almost unreal, healthy, which, if you've ever been through relationship chaos, you know can weirdly make it harder to sleep at night. Enter my best friend, Emma. She'd seen the aftermath of those other breakups, the crying on her couch, the sad music, the whole "I'm never dating again" party. She had basically decided that all men were walking red flags until proven otherwise. Her philosophy was, if he's really loyal, he won't fail a test. I didn't know she meant that literally. While I was over here trying to relax, watching Minecraft rivers flow, and telling myself to trust this new relationship, Emma made a burner account. Cute profile picture, vague bio, nothing that could trace back to her. She slid into my boyfriend's DMs one night, starting off with harmless small talk. At first, he was just polite. Short answers, nothing flirty. She pushed harder. Compliments, late night messages. Then it escalated to, we should hang out sometime, just the two of us. And even a not so subtle, I'm free tonight if you are. That's when he did something that, honestly, still makes me feel calm when I think about it. He shut it down, firmly. He told the stranger he was in a committed relationship, that the messages were inappropriate, and then he blocked the account. Immediately after, he came to me, phone in hand, and said, "Hey, do you know anything about this? Because this is really weird." I was embarrassed and anxious. It felt like someone was targeting us. I vented to Emma about it, pacing around my apartment while she sat there a little too quiet, a little too interested. I noticed, but I didn't have a name for it yet. The truth leaked out in the most mundane way. A few days later, her phone lit up on my couch while she was in the bathroom. Same burner username. Notification preview showing my boyfriend's name in a screenshot. My stomach dropped. When I confronted her, it felt like being cheated on, without the cheating. Double betrayal. Not from him, but from the person who knew exactly how fragile I felt. I told her flat out she'd manufactured drama and messed with my anxiety for funsies. Her justification? She was just trying to protect me. And now we knew he was loyal, so no harm done. I had to explain that loyalty tests are their own kind of betrayal. If you secretly set traps for people you love, you're already assuming the worst. So, I pulled back. Fewer calls, fewer late night talks. I focused on the one person who had actually behaved with integrity. Over time, my boyfriend just kept doing what he'd been doing from the start. Being honest, consistent, boring in the best way. Months later, Emma and I finally sat down for a real conversation. No jokes, no defensiveness. She actually listened, apologized without the word but, and promised never to test anyone for me again. We rebuilt, slowly, with clear boundaries, like adding extra layers to that Minecraft base so you know exactly who has the password. The strange comfort in this story is that, for once, the secret test didn't blow up the relationship. It exposed the real problem and gave us a chance to fix it. And speaking of exposing problems, in the next story we're going to slide from emotional loyalty tests into some petty revenge that stays juiced on the right side of legal. Because sometimes karma really does come full circle when you give it a tiny, well-documented nudge. Story 12, Petty Revenge, the color-coded closet after he cheated. So we just watched a relationship get saved by honesty and a well-timed loyalty test. But not every story gets that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Sometimes you don't get closure. You just get petty, cozy, color-coded, Minecraft inventory level petty. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket, because this one is more giggle-inducing than gut-wrenching. If you've ever spent way too long organizing your Minecraft chests, lining up stacks of cobblestone, food, and tools so everything feels calm and orderly, you're going to appreciate how this storyteller decided to reorganize her cheating boyfriend's life. OP had been with her boyfriend for years. Same apartment, same routines, same, I'm just working late with my coworker, don't wait up. At first, the schedule overlaps felt like normal adult life. But then the coworker started popping up in tagged photos from team parties he somehow never mentioned. Same bar, same night, different angles. The music in the background was the same too, like a glitch in the Matrix. Her gut was buzzing, but she didn't want to be the person who accuses without proof. Then one night, while he was in the shower, a notification chimed on the tablet they shared for streaming. It was synced to his phone. OP glanced over, meaning to just swipe it away. and saw a preview of a very flirty message from that coworker. Heart in her throat, she opened the thread. There it was. Weeks of messages. Hotel confirmations. Can't wait to see you tonight. Same room as last time. Photos. Inside jokes about how stress and alcohol made it easier to forget real life. There was no wiggle room, no misunderstanding, we were just venting. It was an affair in full color. Instead of exploding right there, OP did something impressive. She closed the tablet, took screenshots of everything, emailed them to herself, and decided to sleep on it. She wanted revenge, but she also wanted to keep her record clean. No property damage, no legal trouble, just a very pointed reminder that actions have consequences. That's when she remembered his one true love, his closet. This man treated his wardrobe like a sacred Minecraft storage room. Shirts by color, then sleeve length. Labels facing out. Shoes in order of formality. Socks rolled, never folded. He'd spend entire evenings relaxing by refolding t-shirts. So, while he was at work the next day, OP went to town. She pulled everything out. She swapped hangers so heavy coats dangled on flimsy wire, and tank tops sat on thick wooden ones. She put socks into mismatched pairs. Navy with black, athletic with dress. She scrambled the color order so a neon gym shirt sat between two formal white button-downs. She knotted his ties together into one long ridiculous snake and looped it neatly over the rack. Then she moved to his phone. She changed the language to something obscure but reversible, like Icelandic. She set every alarm, work, gym, meetings, to the most ridiculous ringtone available, the one that sounded like a clown car crashing a party. Finally, she printed the screenshots and stacked them in a tidy pile on his perfectly made side of the bed. When he came home that night, the vibrations in the apartment shifted instantly. First, confusion at the closet. Hangers clacked. A muffled, "What the?" Then the phone. He couldn't read anything. Alarms blaring nonsense sounds. And then, silence. As he saw the papers on the bed, he tried the usual script. Stressed, alcohol, feeling unappreciated. OP stayed calm. She told him the lease was in her name only. He had a short timeline to move out. The closet, the phone, the clown alarms. That was the full extent of her revenge. No screaming, no begging. He melted down anyway, ranting about how immature it was to mess with his things, which, of course, made every swap sock feel like a tiny, perfect crit hit. In her update, OP said she blocked him, told friends and family the truth, and is now enjoying a peaceful, well-organized space where the only color-coding rules are her own. And if you've ever wondered whether small, controlled acts of pettiness can help you drift off to sleep after a betrayal, they absolutely can. Because next up, we're leaving petty behind and stepping into nuclear territory. A revenge plan so thorough, it didn't just ruin a relationship, it cost someone their job and their carefully crafted reputation. Let's dive into that one. Story 13. Nuclear Revenge. Ex cheated with his boss, so I sent HR the receipts. So as our petty little victories fade into the background, the Minecraft world shifts too. On screen, we're not trimming flowers or building cozy apartments anymore. We're digging deep underground, torchlight flickering on stone walls, heading into one of those dangerous caves where you just know something is lurking in the dark. That's the vibe of this next one. We're going deeper and a lot darker, into full-on nuclear revenge. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket, because this story starts in a place that's supposed to feel safe. Work and love, all wrapped together. OP and her boyfriend worked at the same company. just in different departments. She'd always sworn she'd never mix work and relationships, never risk office gossip messing with her paycheck. But he'd seemed solid, respectful, the kind of guy who kept his head down and did his job. So she broke her own rule. At first it was fine. They kept things professional in the office, separate calendars, separate friend groups. Then his boss started needing him late. A lot. Late meetings, late reports, late night music drifting from his office during supposed crunch time. Suddenly he was getting fast-track projects and a promotion that skipped over more experienced coworkers. At home, he got cagey about work events, changing his phone password, turning his screen away. When she asked, he brushed it off as her being insecure about his success. The crack came from somewhere small, like it usually does. A mutual coworker, chatting in the break room, mentioned seeing him and his boss kissing in the parking lot after one of those late meetings. They instantly clapped a hand over their mouth, realizing they'd said too much. OP felt that cold, hollow drop in her stomach, but she didn't explode. Instead, she went quiet, methodical. While you're watching me place torches down this Minecraft cave, imagine her doing the same thing with evidence. She checked shared calendars and noticed private one-on-ones that didn't match official schedules. A friendly coworker sent her a blurry photo from a happy hour where the boss's hand was way too comfortable on his waist. She found flirty emails left open on a shared home laptop, full of, "I can't wait till our next late night," and "You deserve that raise, babe." At home, she finally asked him straight out. He denied everything, said the coworker must have missing, said the emails were just jokes. Then he twisted it, accusing her of being jealous of his career, of trying to sabotage his big moment. Classic gaslighting, no apology, no ownership. That's when she did something very awake, very sober in the middle of the night. She pulled up the company handbook, and there it was in black and white. Strict rules against undisclosed relationships between supervisors and direct reports. Not just frowned on, fireable. She sat with it for a bit, because nuclear revenge isn't just about anger. It's about accepting that once you push that button, there's no going back. When he doubled down on the lies, still sneaking out for urgent, late meetings, she made her decision. She wrote an anonymous but detailed report to HR dates, screenshots, copies of those flirty emails, calendar entries, and even notes from coworkers who agreed to be contacted as witnesses. Nothing dramatic, just facts. HR took it very seriously. There were interviews, quiet closed-door meetings, and that tense, humming silence that spreads through an office when something big is happening. Within a couple of weeks, the investigation confirmed the relationship and the policy violations. His boss was demoted and then encouraged to move on from the company. He was put on disciplinary review and, shortly after, let go. OP, meanwhile, stayed. She'd followed protocol, provided documentation, and never once broke company rules. She ended the relationship, blocked his number, and requested a transfer to a different department. New manager, new projects, same company, but now with a lot more focus on her own growth. And here's where that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served gets a little complicated. She didn't expose him out of pure spite. She enforced a boundary the company itself had already set. They chose to risk their positions for a secret affair. She chose not to let their mess splash all over her career. Karma really does come full circle, but it's not always loud. Sometimes it's a well-written HR email and a box being packed in the middle of a Tuesday. If nuclear revenge feels a bit intense for you tonight, Don't worry. Up next, we're dialing the chaos down and the self-respect up. A story where the most powerful move isn't blowing everything up. It's a silent walk away that speaks louder than any confrontation. Let's dive into that one and help you drift off to sleep with something a little softer. Story 14. The Silent Goodbye. Leaving the ring on the nightstand. So, after all that chaos and cardboard box revenge, let's slow things down for a minute. The Minecraft world's just hit sunrise again. Soft orange light over the water, a couple of cows wandering by the wheat field, and that gentle splash as your fishing line hits the river. Grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and let's dive into a quieter kind of ending. OP had been with her fiancé for 6 years. On paper, everything looked fine. Shared apartment, joint savings goals, a ring on her finger. But in the day-to-day, it was death by 1,000 cuts. When she tried to talk about her feelings, he'd shrug and put on some music louder, like her words were background noise. Broken promises about date nights, small lies about where he'd been, jokes that always seemed to land on her dignity. She wasn't dealing with cheating or some dramatic party scandal. It was the constant, subtle message that she just didn't quite matter. He'd forget important days, then buy a last-minute gift, and tell her she was being too sensitive if she still looked hurt. If she brought up a lie he'd told, he'd laugh it off. Relax, it was just a joke. Over time, that kind of minimization starts to feel like emotional sandpaper. The final straw came on a random Tuesday night. He'd left his laptop open while he showered. She wasn't the type to snoop, but a message preview popped up from one of his friends. Curiosity won. In the group chat, he was talking about the engagement like it was a casual trial run. It's not that serious yet, he'd typed. I'm basically still single, just with extra steps. There it was. Not one big betrayal, but the confirmation of a pattern. When she wasn't in the room, he didn't choose her, didn't claim her, didn't speak about her with even basic respect. She realized this wasn't about one conversation fixing things. She'd already tried that. Every time she said, "This hurts me," he'd turn it into, "You're overreacting." So instead of gearing up for another argument, she went quiet inside. Not the sulking kind of quiet, the decision kind. She spent a few weeks planning. She found a small one-bedroom place across town, set the move-in date, and slowly started taking essentials out of the apartment. Important documents tucked into her work bag. Sentimental items moved during errands. A friend with a truck cleared their calendar for moving day. And her sister promised she could crash with her if anything went sideways. On the last morning, the Minecraft sky in our little background world would be that soft pink again. In her real world, the apartment was still. He'd gone to work, assuming it was just another day. She packed the final box, took a slow look around, and then did the most symbolic thing she could think of. She slipped off the engagement ring, set it carefully on the nightstand, and placed a short handwritten note beside it. It wasn't a dramatic speech, just a few lines. That she needed a partner who was proud to be with her, who spoke about her with respect even when she wasn't there, and that she was done explaining why that was the bare minimum. She left her key next to the ring. Then she walked out. No screaming, no door slams, just a quiet click behind her as she stepped into a new life. On the way to her new place, her phone started blowing up. First, confusion. Where are you? Then denial. You're overreacting. Come home. Then anger. Then, suddenly, huge declarations of love and promises to change. She'd anticipated the emotional whiplash. Before leaving, She'd blocked him on most platforms and set his number to silent. She read just enough to confirm the pattern was still the same. Her pain was an inconvenience, not a revelation, and then held the boundary. No long explanations. No being talked into coming back just so he could feel better. Months later, she wrote that the strangest part was how light she felt. Sleep came easier. She started tending her own little farm in life again. Hobbies, friendships, quiet nights without walking on eggshells in her own apartment. Eventually, she met someone new. On their third date, he introduced her to friends as my girlfriend, with this easy pride, like it was the most natural thing in the world. No minimizing, no jokes at her expense. She said that hearing that simple word, girlfriend, spoken with respect did more healing than any apology her ex could have offered. It was the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, just without the courtroom drama. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, not with explosions, but with a gentle closing of one door and the soft opening of another. And if you've ever wondered whether a quiet walk away can be as powerful as nuclear revenge, this is your reminder that sometimes the most devastating revenge is simply refusing to stay where you're not cherished. Stay cozy, because up next we're cranking the external chaos back up. A story that starts like a relationship disaster, complete with lies, a surprise guest, and what looks like the perfect storm for a breakup, but somehow swerves into a surprisingly wholesome ending you absolutely won't see coming. Story 15, the cheating scandal that turned out to be a surprise proposal. After that quiet little reminder that sometimes the best revenge is just walking away, let's swing the pendulum in the other direction for a second. Not every "it looks like cheating" story ends with someone crying in an empty apartment. This one actually gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served by love, for once. While this next story rolls, imagine the Minecraft world slowing down a bit. I'm over in a meadow, laying down spruce planks and lanterns, building a cozy gazebo with vines and a little flower garden around it. The kind of place where, if Minecraft had soft music at night, you'd hear it drifting through the leaves to help you drift off to sleep. Our OP has been with their partner for years. Comfortable, routine, the kind of relationship where you know each other's coffee order and Netflix password. Then, out of nowhere, the classic cheating red flags start popping up. Secretive texting, sudden schedule changes, random work late nights that never used to happen. Unexplained expenses hitting the joint account like little emotional jump scares. OP does what a lot of us would do. They confide in friends. The friends, bless them, don't exactly calm things down. They warn OP to be careful, to watch for patterns, to remember that emotional betrayal can hurt more than anything physical. OP tries not to spiral, but you can almost feel their anxiety humming under the surface, like those low vibrations in the walls when your neighbor's party music is just a little too loud. The partner starts guarding their phone, screen flipped down, taking calls in another room. Just busy with work stuff, they say, which somehow makes it worse. OP's gut is screaming. Then comes the apparent smoking gun. A notification flashes across the lock screen with a jewelry store name and a message from an unknown contact about finalizing the surprise. OP is stuck. Do they snoop? Do they confront? Do they pretend everything is fine until they know for sure? They end up deciding to wait because the partner had been oddly insistent on an upcoming date night at a special place. OP at this point is half convinced this is going to be a breakup dinner. Date night arrives. In our Minecraft world, I'm finishing the gazebo roof as the sun sets. In their world, the partner drives them to a meaningful spot, the little diner where they had their first date, or the park bench where they first said, "I love you." OP's heart is pounding. They're rehearsing possible speeches in their head about boundaries, about not tolerating lies. Instead, the partner starts shaking. They pull out a tiny box. No confession, no affair, a proposal, all the secret calls, group chats with friends, the unknown contact, the jeweler, making sure the ring was ready. The schedule changes, sneaking off to meet OP's parents and ask for their blessing. OP says yes, but later in the afterglow, they're honest. They talk about how terrifying the secrecy felt, especially with past relationship scars. The partner listens, apologizes, and promises more transparency next time, even around good surprises. It's a nice reminder that sometimes your past paints everything in darker colors than it deserves. Not every suspicious pattern is a betrayal. Sometimes karma really does come full circle in a gentle way. But don't get too comfortable. Grab your favorite blanket, because next up, we're heading straight into a family storm. Money, in-laws, and a surprise will reading that blows a relationship wide open. Story 16. The in-law inheritance fight that ended an engagement. So, we've had a gentle reminder that not every pattern is a betrayal, but now we're mining in a very different cave. If Minecraft has taught you anything, it's that as soon as you start digging for diamonds, you find lava. Families and money work the same way. You think you're just managing resources, and suddenly you're hanging over a pit. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket, because this one is all about inheritance, control, and an engagement that didn't survive the fallout. I was engaged to someone who came from what I'll politely call an established family. Old money, country club, the whole thing. His parents were always outwardly polite to me. Compliments on my dress, asking about my job. But there was this constant, gentle condescension. Little comments about your cute apartment, or how it must be nice not to worry about investments yet. I felt like a guest at a party where everyone knew the rules except me. Then his grandfather passed away. It was sad, of course, but the family immediately shifted into estate mode. Everyone just assumed the bulk would go to my future in-laws and be carefully parceled out to the kids later. They talked about it like it was already in their accounts. At the will reading, the air felt thick when the lawyer said a significant portion was being left directly to my fiancé. You could feel the vibrations in the room change. There was even a handwritten note praising his independence, telling him to use this to build the life you want, specifically mentioning that he admired how my fiancé didn't rely on his parents. His mom's smile snapped. His dad went very still. Then came the comments. How it was unusual for money to skip a generation. How outsiders shouldn't influence family assets. One not so subtle glance at me and a muttered, "We all know how gold diggers operate." I had my own career, my own savings, but in their minds, I was suddenly a walking red flag. A few days later, they invited us over and presented their solution. Put the inheritance into a family-controlled trust. It would only be released for responsible things. A house, but only in their preferred neighborhood. Investments they approved, timelines they set. It sounded less like a gift and more like a leash. I told my fiancé gently that his grandfather's note was crystal clear. The whole point was independence, control. His, not theirs. I asked him to really think about what kind of life he wanted and who he wanted to be accountable to. He was torn. I could see it. He'd grown up being told that good children don't rock the boat. Under the pressure, he started pulling away from me, retreating into long phone calls with his parents, coming back with new concerns about my spending, my job stability, even the timing of our wedding. Then the manipulation escalated. His parents suggested we delay the wedding until the money is properly handled. They started talking about a prenup that would heavily favor him, essentially walling off everything, including future earnings tied to that inheritance. They framed me as a financial risk, like marrying me was equivalent to taking out a sketchy loan. The breaking point came when I went to pick up my coat at their house and overheard them in the next room. They told him flat out, if he married me without the trust and prenup exactly as they wanted, he'd be cut off. No more help, maybe even no more relationship. It was financial infidelity before we were even married. Threatening to use money as punishment. That night, instead of telling me he'd chosen us, he slid a thick, one-sided prenup across the table and said, "It's just paperwork. It doesn't change anything between us." Except it did. It put his parents in the middle of our marriage before it even started. In that quiet, uncomfortable moment, I could see the next 40 years. Every big decision would have invisible signatures from his mom and dad. I realized that if I signed, I wasn't just agreeing to a contract. I was agreeing to be the permanent outsider. So I didn't yell. I didn't make a scene. I took off the ring, set it gently on top of the prenup, and told him I loved him, but I refused to marry into a family that saw me as a threat to their balance sheet. I walked out, back to my small, cozy apartment, my modest savings, and a life that suddenly felt lighter, even if it was scarier. Months later, through a mutual friend, I heard he'd gone ahead and signed the trust anyway. The wedding was off, but the leash was on. His parents still had their hooks in every major choice he made. Meanwhile, my life is simpler, fewer zeros, more freedom. I budget, I build slowly, and I sleep at night knowing no one can yank the rug out from under me because they're mad I didn't obey. Stories like this really show you how money doesn't change people so much as it reveals what was already there. Entitlement, control, or actual respect. And if you've ever wondered whether a partner will really choose you over their family's pressure, stay tucked in. Up next, we've got a story where someone finally looks their parents in the eye and says no, and that choice changes everything. Story 17. Choosing me over mom. The day he finally set boundaries. So you're tucked in. Maybe the Minecraft music is humming softly in the background, and you're wondering if anyone ever actually chooses their partner over a pushy parent. This one might give you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served in a quiet, grown-up way. Picture the gameplay for a second. I'm reinforcing the walls of a little Minecraft apartment, adding gates around a cozy garden, not to keep the monsters out this time, but to symbolize something a lot more real, healthy boundaries finally being built. Our storyteller, we'll call her Anna, has been dating her boyfriend Mark for a couple of years. Mark's mom is legendary, the kind of overbearing where everyone just shrugs and says, "You know how she is." Like, that explains why she's in the middle of every relationship decision they make. If Anna changes her hair, mom comments. If Anna mentions her job, mom wonders out loud if a real career might be better. She's even made snide remarks about Anna's family background at dinner, and it's not just comments. They'll be out on a rare date night, finally comfortable, and his phone lights up. It's mom. Again. She expects him to answer every time, even if it's just to tell him what she bought at the grocery store. The pattern is constant interference, constant criticism, and Anna watching herself get quietly pushed to the side. Anna tries to be patient. She tells herself, he's a good guy, he's just used to this. But every time she gently suggests boundaries, Mark shrugs and says that same line. You know how she is. It wears on you. Sleep gets lighter, resentment gets heavier, and even fun nights start to feel like they're happening under surveillance. Then comes the triggering event. Anna and Mark plan and pay for a little vacation together. A few days away, just them, no drama. A week later, his mom proudly announces she's booked a family vacation on the exact same dates. She doesn't ask. She informs. And then she tells Mark she expects him to cancel his trip with Anna because family comes first. She even hints that Anna is selfish for not understanding. That night, Anna has a calm, private conversation with Mark. She tells him she can't keep being in a relationship where his mom's wants always override their plans. She doesn't scream. She doesn't issue some dramatic ultimatum. But she is clear. She needs to see him choose their partnership sometimes, or this won't work. Something shifts. Mark starts replaying years of being steamrolled. All the times avoiding conflict with his mom meant quietly sacrificing other people, especially Anna. It's that uncomfortable realization a lot of people have. Keeping the peace with one person has been creating chaos for everyone else. So, with Anna sitting beside him on the couch, he calls his mom. My Minecraft character is literally placing gates as he speaks. He's kind, but firm. He tells her he won't cancel the trip. He explains that he loves her, but he's an adult now, and his relationship with Anna is also his family. On the other end, it's Waterworks. She cries, accuses Anna of turning him against her, threatens to never forgive him. He doesn't yell back. He just repeats calmly that he loves her, and he needs boundaries. They still go on their trip. Away from the constant calls, they have honest talks about future boundaries, holidays, visits, what's actually urgent enough to answer the phone for. And Mark follows through when they get home. He stops picking up every non-urgent call, lets it go to voicemail if they're on a date, and backs Anna up when mom makes a snide remark. At first, his mom is dramatic. Cold shoulders, guilt-trippy texts, the whole emotional party. But when weeks pass and the relationship doesn't crumble, she slowly cools down. She doesn't transform into a saint, but she adjusts to the new normal because there's no reward for pushing anymore. It's not some explosive movie scene. It's small, consistent boundary enforcement, like adding layer after layer of stone walls in Minecraft until the base finally feels safe. And that's what actually changes the relationship. Now, if you're feeling a little too cozy with this hopeful ending, don't get too comfortable. Up next, we're heading back into chaos territory. There's a roommate, a supposedly harmless pet, and a very unexpected betrayal that turns into its own kind of revenge. Grab your favorite blanket, because karma really does come full circle when fur, feelings, and control issues collide. Story 18, the almost breakup that turned into a stronger marriage. So, like I said, not every betrayal ends with a group chat explosion and a dramatic exit. Sometimes the wildest thing you can do in a relationship is stay. Welcome back to the channel, and grab your favorite blanket, because this one is less nuclear revenge and more slow, uncomfortable growth that somehow works. When this story happened, my spouse and I had been married for about 7 years. No cheating, no secret second apartment, no late night parties with suspicious music thumping through the walls. What we did have was something a lot less flashy and, honestly, a lot more common. Broken promises about money and emotional labor. Little things at first. I'd handle the bills just this month. I'd be the one reminding about due dates, dentist appointments, and that one credit card we were supposed to pay off. We had agreed, very clearly, no new debt. We'd both grown up watching our parents drown in it. So, when I found out about the betrayal, it didn't involve someone else in our bed. It was a thick envelope in the mail, a loan statement, tens of thousands of dollars in my spouse's name, and my future. The good news, according to them, was that it was for me. A surprise new car, already purchased and sitting in a friend's driveway with a bow on it. They'd imagined this cute reveal, maybe some soft music, a cozy night, me crying happy tears. Instead, I was staring at numbers that made my stomach drop. I felt blindsided, like a child whose parent had decided what was best. They'd made a massive life decision for both of us without my consent. And even though there was no affair, it felt like a deep, emotional betrayal. I moved into the guest room that night. No big shouting match, just a cold, flat, I can't even look at you right now. For a few days, I stayed with a friend, just to get some quiet and actual sleep. I seriously considered divorce. Financial infidelity is a thing. Studies say roughly 1 in 3 relationships has some version of secret debt or hidden accounts. And I suddenly understood why people walk. Here's where the story turns. When I came back to talk, my spouse didn't minimize it. No, it's not that bad. No, you're overreacting. They broke down. They said, I did this. I was wrong. I'll carry every bit of this. Second job, selling my stuff, cutting everything. You don't owe me forgiveness. And they meant it. We agreed on couples counseling with very specific goals. Total financial transparency, shared decision-making, and rebuilding emotional safety. No vague, "we'll communicate better." We opened every account to mutual view. We made a shared budget. We set up monthly money dates at the kitchen table. No candles, just spreadsheets and tea, where we checked in on balances, upcoming expenses, and how we were feeling about it all. And here's the uncozy part. Trust did not magically float back in like a gentle lullaby. For a long time, every unexpected charge made my heart race. I double-checked statements. I asked hard questions. Consequences were real. They took the second job, sold hobbies they loved, and we lived lean. But over months, then years, they kept doing the boring, unglamorous work. No more surprises, just consistency. Fast forward a few years, the debt is gone. We still do those money dates. We actually feel more like a team than we did before the envelope ever showed up. Staying was a choice I made because I saw real change, not because of pressure or fear of being alone or some fairy tale idea that love conquers all. Sometimes the healthiest move is to walk. Sometimes when patterns actually shift, staying is just as valid as leaving. And on that hopeful note, don't get too comfortable, because the next story is about someone who absolutely should have walked away, but instead went full scorched earth. Think, an ex who woke up to find his car wrapped in plastic and his secrets taped to the windshield. Let's dive into that and see how karma really does come full circle. Story 19, Saran Wrap, Sharpie, and the cheater's car. So, after that last one where someone finally chose healing over havoc, let's swing the pendulum back a little. Picture this. You walk out of work or out of the gym, feeling all proud of your pump, and your car is sitting there like a leftover from some bizarre birthday party, completely mummified in plastic wrap, covered in Sharpie messages. People are circling it, phones are out, and then you realize it's your face printed on the windshield. Welcome back to the channel and grab your favorite blanket, because this one is petty, theatrical, and still just legal enough to give you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served, while it helps you drift off to sleep. So, I was dating this guy who was charm on legs, the kind of person who could talk to anyone at a party, remember every barista's name, and make you feel like you were the only person in the room. But he was also flaky. Lots of, sorry, my phone died, and the guys needed me tonight, and last-minute plan changes. My friends raised eyebrows, but there was never hard proof. Just a lot of late nights, vague music in the background when he called, and me trying to stay comfortable by giving the benefit of the doubt. Then one night, I get a DM from a stranger. She says, "Hey, I think this is your boyfriend," and attaches screenshots. It's his dating app profile, active in the last 24 hours, with messages arranging hookups on nights he'd sworn he was in his apartment gaming with the boys. Same photos, same bio, same stupid joke about being loyal to a fault. I wanted to believe it was old, so I made a fake profile. New pics, new name, nothing traceable. Within an hour, I matched with him. He opened with the same copy-paste line he'd used on the stranger. I played along, casually, and asked for a selfie to prove it's you. He sent one, real time, in the shirt I'd seen him wear that morning. I didn't confront him right away. I took a day. I cried. I called my friends. I let the hurt just sit instead of pretending I was fine. And somewhere in the middle of that long night, between the anger and the sadness, I decided I wanted closure and a bit of theater. The next day, my best friend and I went shopping. Industrial rolls of plastic wrap, Sharpies, poster boards, some tape, no knives, no sugar in gas tanks, nothing that would cross into actually damaging property. Just loud, public honesty. We knew his schedule. He always bragged about his grind at the gym after work. We waited until his car was safely parked, then went to town. Layer after layer of plastic wrap around the entire car. Snug, but not tight enough to scratch anything. It looked like a giant glossy cocoon under the parking lot lights. On the outer layers, we wrote messages in huge block letters. I cheat on my partner. Active on dating apps while with the guys. And my personal favorite, a quote from his own bio, looking for something real, but not too real. We printed the dating app screenshots, carefully redacted the other women's names and photos, and taped them to the windshield. Right in the center, a simple note. Don't worry, I'm single now. Ladies, this is your warning. Then we left. Well, sort of. My friend had to go to the gym, purely coincidentally, and gave me live commentary. By the time he walked out, there was a small crowd. People were laughing, pointing, filming. He froze, then started yanking at the plastic like that would help. My phone started blowing up. Calls, texts, voice messages swinging from rage to pleading. How could you embarrass me like this? And, we can talk about it, please? I didn't answer. I blocked him on everything. No screaming match, no drawn-out breakup speech, just a very public mirror held up to his choices. And here's the cozy little reminder. If you ever get tempted to go nuclear, keep it legal, keep it safe, and keep it about the truth. No property damage, no violence. Just letting karma really does come full circle in a way that lets you still sleep at night. Speaking of sleep, don't drift off just yet, because our next story trades plastic wrap for plane tickets. It's about a long-distance boyfriend, a best friend who became the local stand-in, and a guy who forgot time zones so badly he accidentally double booked Valentine's Day. Let's dive into that one next. Story 20. The long distance Valentine's Day double booking. So long distance romance sounds kind of dreamy on paper, right? Late night calls, handwritten letters, that extra intense reunion hug at the airport. But when you mix time zones, work excuses, and a few well-placed lies on Valentine's Day, you don't get a rom-com. You get chaos. Cozy for you on the couch, not so cozy for the people inside the story. At the time, my boyfriend and I were doing the long-distance thing because of school and work. Different cities, different schedules, same tiny phone screens. We had our little traditions to help you drift off to sleep feeling connected. Video dates every Sunday, care packages with his favorite coffee, and my favorite snacks, trading places like postcards. And on big days, we'd sync up a movie and hit play at the same time. It was our way of pretending the distance was just a slightly bigger apartment. That year, he swore he couldn't travel for Valentine's because of work deadlines. He sounded genuinely stressed, talking about late nights at the office, music from some office party echoing in the background, all of it. But he promised me a long video call, a surprise delivery, and a visit the following weekend. "I'll make it up to you," he said, and I wanted to believe him. Long distance can actually be pretty stable when communication is honest. Emphasis on when. Valentine's Day rolls around, and the first red flag shows up wearing a tie. His texts start getting slower. Our 6 p.m. call becomes 7 p.m. Then, "Sorry, meeting's running long. Time zones are killing me." We were only 2 hours apart. I'm sitting there with candles lit, Minecraft vibrations humming softly on my monitor, trying to stay comfortable and not spiral. Then my phone buzzes with a DM from a woman I don't know. She says she found my profile because I'm still tagged in his old photos. "Hey, are you still with boyfriend? Because I think we might both be celebrating Valentine's with him tonight." That's the kind of sentence that wakes you up faster than any coffee. We start comparing notes. He told her he was single, that his ex was crazy and out of the picture, and that he was taking her out for a special Valentine's dinner. He told me he was chained to his desk, but thinking of you every second. 2 different scripts, one very busy actor. She sends me a selfie from the restaurant. At first, I'm just looking at her, then my eyes slide to the background. There he is. Same blue shirt he wore on our last in-person date. Same little neighborhood place he took me to, where the staff knew our usual order. That familiar, warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served starts building very slowly. Instead of turning on each other, we team up. She excuses herself to the bathroom, calls me, and we whisper plan like we're in a heist movie. The idea is simple. I call him on video, he lies, she walks back into frame. No yelling, no chaos, just facts. I hit video call. He answers with that fake tired face. "Hey babe, still at the office. I'm so sorry." The lighting behind him is way too warm for fluorescent bulbs, but sure. While he's mid-sentence, she walks back to the table, steps behind him, and just waves at the camera. You could see the moment his brain blue-screened. He stammers, tries to blame miscommunication, says he was going to tell us both, that long distance is hard, that he didn't want to be alone that night. We stay calm. No screaming, no revenge plot, just a quiet, "We're done." She closes her tab, and the staff, clearly having clocked the situation, give her this soft, supportive look as she walks out. After that, it's textbook cleanup. I block him everywhere, cancel the plane tickets, and mail his leftover stuff back in one boring box. Later, I hear through the grapevine that he's telling people we're crazy exes who ganged up on him. But we have timestamps, screenshots, and that glorious restaurant selfie. Karma really does come full circle when the receipts are that organized. He was just a boyfriend though. Our next story is about a betrayal that hits even closer to home. Because it's one thing when a partner double books Valentine's. It's another when the person who double crosses you shares your last name. Don't go anywhere, because up next is the sister who stole a fiancé and still expected to share a wedding hashtag. Story 21. My sister stole my fiancé and wanted to share the wedding. So this is the story where my own sister tried to turn my stolen wedding into a joint event, and I still wish I could show you the group chat screenshots. Welcome back to the channel. Grab your favorite blanket and imagine opening your phone to a message that basically says, "Hey, since I'm marrying your ex-fiancé now, should we share the weekend?" Growing up, my sister and I were that classic mix of close and competitive. Same schools, same friend groups, same tiny apartment where you can hear every late night whisper through the walls. We fought over clothes and music, but as adults we'd settled into something comfortable. She was the loud, funny one. I was the planner. When I got engaged, she cried harder than my mom, started a Pinterest board, and told everyone this wedding was going to be our Super Bowl party. Looking back, the early boundary issues were there, just wrapped in jokes. She'd lean on my fiancé's arm a little too long, laugh too hard at his mediocre jokes, and say things like, "If you ever get tired of her, call me," with this dramatic eye roll. Everyone chuckled, including me. I told myself it was dark humor, not a warning label. Then his behavior shifted. He started canceling planning meetings, saying work was stressful, that the wedding music and vendor calls were too much noise in his head. At the same time, my sister suddenly had a mystery man. She was glued to her phone, sneaking out for late night walks, coming home with that post-date glow, and refusing to share details. The truth landed in the most 2020 way possible. A mutual friend's private story. I tapped through and there they were, my fiancé and my sister at a romantic overlook. City lights behind them, his hand on her waist, her face tilted up to his. That was not sibling energy. That was date energy. When I confronted them, they did the whole "we didn't mean for it to happen" speech. They admitted they'd caught feelings and had been seeing each other for weeks, supposedly trying to find the right time to tell me. There's no cozy way to describe how that feels. It's like the floor drops out of your apartment and you're still expected to stand. I called off the engagement that night, returned the ring, canceled vendors one by one, boxed up gifts. It felt like a funeral for both a relationship and a sibling bond. I went low contact with them, focused on just getting through each night and trying to sleep without replaying that photo. A few months later, she texted. Long paragraph. Lots of healing language. She announced their engagement and then dropped the bomb. What if we did a joint or back-to-back wedding weekend? We could rewrite the story, save money, and help the family move on. She actually suggested sharing decor to get that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served by budget efficiency. I told her no, calm but firm. Sharing a wedding with the man who betrayed me and the sister who helped was not healing. It was self-betrayal. I also told her I wouldn't be attending at all. Cue the family group chat explosions. Some relatives begged me to be the bigger person and not let a man come between sisters. Others quietly messaged that they were skipping her wedding in solidarity. which is where you start to see that karma really does come full circle. On their wedding day, I booked myself a solo weekend trip instead. Spa, room service, cozy hotel bed, no drama. I toasted to my own peace and started leaning harder into a chosen family who respects my boundaries. And if you think that level of delusion is wild, let's dive into something a little lighter, but still unhinged. Up next is the guy who pretended to be his own twin brother to juggle relationships, and got caught by a calendar app that did not get the memo. Story 22. He faked a twin to cover his double life. Welcome back to the channel, because this one might be the most unnecessarily complicated lie I've ever heard. Imagine being so committed to cheating that you basically take on a part-time acting job as your own twin, all to avoid just being single. So, picture this. I'm dating this guy we'll call Eric. At first, things feel pretty cozy. Movie nights, calm music in the background, falling asleep on his apartment couch. But every now and then, he feels like a totally different person. One night, he's super attentive, making me tea, rubbing my back, talking about future vacations. Another night, he's distant and kind of cold, different style, different cologne. Even his voice feels a little lower. He laughs it off, says, "I'm a Gemini. I've got two sides," and I let it slide. Then the details start to clash. One week, he says he grew up in Ohio. Small town, hated the snow. A few days later, he's telling a story about summers in Florida, like that's his hometown. His job stories don't match either. Sometimes he's in marketing, sometimes he's in IT. I finally call him out, gently, and that's when he drops it. "Oh, I didn't want to get into this yet. I have an identical twin." He says it like he's revealing a tragic backstory. According to him, the twin sometimes borrows his car, might have bumped into me once, and that's why I'm confused. To sell it, he pulls up an old photo on his phone. It's clearly him, duplicated and slightly edited, but he swears it's them at a family party. The twin is super private, hates social media, doesn't like a picture taken. From there, the red flags start marching. None of his family photos mention a twin. His mom talks about "my only boy." When friends are around, the twin is always working late or just left. Every possible chance to meet this mystery brother turns into a last-minute excuse. Then I notice another woman on social media. Cute couple photos. Same car, same tattoos. Same man, different name tagged. This is supposedly the twin. When I ask, he doubles down. He even shows me fake text conversations between them like, "Bro, can I borrow the car?" The acting is almost impressive, in a sleep-deprived fever dream kind of way. The thing about complicated lies, though, is that logistics eventually betray you. One night, his phone lights up with a shared work calendar notification. Same email address I've seen him use. It shows him scheduled for a late shift at the exact time his twin is supposedly on a romantic dinner with her. 2 places, 1 man, 1 calendar. Karma really does come full circle, and sometimes it uses Outlook. I start compiling, reverse image searching his selfies, finding the same picture reused with different captions, zooming in on this tiny, unique scar on his eyebrow that magically appears on both brothers in every shot. It's like watching a badly edited movie frame by frame. So I reach out to her. We compare timelines. They overlap perfectly. We set a trap, a double date where we're both supposed to finally meet the twin. We pick a comfortable little restaurant, low music, soft lighting, the kind of place you could almost fall asleep in if the drama wasn't so loud. He walks in alone, sees both of us. You can almost hear the mental Windows error sound. He tries to stammer out something about identity issues, dissociation, needing revenge on his strict parents by reinventing himself. We're not buying it. We both dump him on the spot and, honestly, end up becoming friends over how ridiculous the whole twin saga was. If the last story was a chaotic explosion, and this one was a circus of lies, the next one is much quieter. No parties, no screaming, no big confrontation. Just someone who packed a bag, left a note, and never looked back. And why that turned out to be the most powerful move of all, to help you drift off to sleep with that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Story 23. The quiet exit, packed a bag, left a note, and chose peace. So, if the last two felt like emotional fireworks and a full-on circus, this one is more like turning the music down, closing the door, and just breathing. Welcome back to the channel, and if you haven't already, grab your favorite blanket, because this is a quieter kind of justice. No party blow-ups, no dramatic apartment showdown, just a calm exit from a relationship that died by 1,000 tiny cuts. I'd been with him for 6 years. On paper, it looked comfortable. Shared rent, shared bills, shared bed. In reality, it felt more like I was the live-in assistant he forgot to pay. No screaming fights, just this low-level hum of disrespect that never stopped. Broken promises, jokes that weren't funny, money that somehow always needed to be managed by him because I was too emotional about spending. Birthdays were the perfect example. One year he forgot completely, then acted offended when I looked hurt. Another year he grabbed a grocery store cake at 10 p.m. and said, "You're not a kid, it's not that deep." Meanwhile, I was planning his surprise parties, making reservations, buying the exact gaming headset he circled 3 months earlier. It was like that with everything. He'd mock my dream of going back to school, call it cute when I talked about starting a small business, and always put me last. Friends, work, random coworkers going away drinks. Everyone got his best. I got whatever was left when he was tired and scrolling. The final straw was tiny. I had an important appointment I'd been nervous about for weeks, something that could help me pivot into a new career. I asked him 3 separate times to drive me because parking there was a nightmare. He promised, said he'd put it in his calendar. The morning came and he was hungover from a quick drink that turned into a night out. He rolled over, squinted at me, and said, "Can't you just reschedule? You're overreacting." Something in me just clicked off. No yelling, no tears. It was like a switch flipped from maybe he'll change to he won't, and I'm done asking. On the bus ride there, crammed between strangers, I imagined living alone, quiet nights, my own groceries, my own money. And for the first time, the idea didn't feel scary. It felt light. So I started planning, slowly, quietly. I opened a separate account and siphoned off small amounts of money he wouldn't notice. I took pictures of documents, copied my ID, my passport, anything that mattered. I told a trusted friend what was happening, and she immediately said, "I've got a couch. Stay as long as you need." That one sentence felt more like love than anything he'd said in months. Over a few weeks, the plan took shape. I found a tiny studio not far from work. Nothing fancy, but the kind of place where you can hear your own thoughts. I signed the lease, paid the deposit from my secret savings, and circled move-in day on my mental calendar like it was a private holiday. When the day came, I waited until he left for work, same as always, leaving his coffee mug in the sink for me. I packed only what was mine and what I truly needed. Clothes, a few books, my laptop, some sentimental things. I left the big TV, the couch, the gaming setup I'd helped pay for. Let him have the stuff. I was taking the piece. Then I wrote the note. No dramatic monologue, no list of every wrong. Just a calm, clear page. I'm not willing to beg for basic respect. I've told you how I feel many times. Nothing changed. I'm choosing to leave instead of continuing this. I'm safe. Please don't contact me. I put the key on top of the note, took one last look around the apartment that had never really felt like mine, and walked out. No slamming doors, just the soft click of the lock. Then came the part he was actually good at, blowing up my phone. At first it was confusion. Where are you? Then anger. After everything I've done for you? Then love bombing. Paragraphs about soulmates and fresh starts. I'd already turned off location sharing, blocked him on social media, and told our closest mutuals, I'm safe, I'm not in danger, but I'm not talking about it. Please don't pass along messages. Without an audience, his tantrums had nowhere to land. That first night in my new place was almost eerily quiet. No TV blaring in the background, no passive-aggressive sighing from the other end of the couch, just the soft hum of the fridge and the faint vibrations of someone walking in the apartment above me. I made tea in my one little mug, sat on the floor because my bed hadn't arrived yet, and read a book until my eyes got heavy. It was a little lonely, sure, but under the loneliness was this deep, steady calm. I slept through the night for the first time in months. In the weeks after, my rituals became tiny acts of revenge that didn't look like revenge at all. Lighting a candle and reading before bed, cooking exactly what I wanted for dinner without commentary, playing cozy games late into the night because no one was there to mock my little pixel worlds. It was like I was slowly moving back into my own body. And here's the thing I want you to hear, especially if you're listening to this in the dark, letting the stories and the Minecraft world help you drift off to sleep. Not every satisfying ending has a courtroom scene or a public humiliation. Sometimes the most radical, powerful move is to quietly remove yourself from the chaos and refuse to participate anymore. No screaming, no final debate, just a door closing and a life reopening somewhere else. Karma really does come full circle, but it doesn't always arrive with fireworks. Sometimes it shows up as an empty, peaceful room and a set of keys that only belong to you. And as we move into the last stretch of tonight's stories, we're gonna mix a few more wild rides with some of these quietly powerful ones. People who didn't just survive the chaos, they built something better afterward. So, stay cozy, keep that blanket tucked around you, and let's dive into what happens when walking away is just the first step, not the ending. Story 18, the engagement party that turned into a breakup announcement. So with those keys in mind, welcome back to the channel and settle in, because this next one starts out sounding really sweet. The Minecraft world on screen is all soft lantern light and calm little apartment builds, and it's late enough in the video that you might feel your eyes getting heavy. It's framed like a wholesome engagement story, but it turned into one of the wildest cheating reveals I've ever lived through. At the time, I was engaged to my long-term partner, 7 years together, the whole we grew up side by side thing. We planned a small but meaningful engagement party, just close friends, family, cozy lights, mellow music, nothing too extra. On the guest list were two people you might already side-eye if you've heard similar stories. His overly involved best friend Lily, who never quite respected boundaries, and his boundary-pushing future MIL, who treated my life like her personal Pinterest board. In the weeks leading up to the party, the red flag started as little flickers. My fiancé suddenly became very protective of his phone. Screen always face down, notifications cleared instantly. Then there was this new work friend who apparently needed to text him at midnight about projects. And Lily insisted on being deeply involved in planning, texting him about flowers, playlists, even the color of my dress. I told myself I was overthinking. I wanted to sleep at night, not spiral. The night of the party, though, something felt off from the moment I walked in. The room was gorgeous. Warm string lights, candles, low music vibrating softly through the floor like a heartbeat. People dressed up and laughing. In the background, my little Minecraft character was quietly building a cozy cottage to help you drift off to sleep. But every time I glanced at my fiancé and Lily huddled together over his phone, that cozy feeling slipped a bit. The universe apparently decided it was done with subtlety. My cousin had a few too many drinks and decided to airplay a cute slideshow of our childhood photos onto the big TV. Only, he picked the wrong album. Instead of baby pictures, the screen filled with explicit messages, my fiancé's name at the top, Lily's selfies, timestamps from nights he'd said he was working late. The room went dead silent. You could hear the music in the background suddenly feel way too loud. I watched, in slow motion, as my fiancé lunged for the remote. Lily went sheet white, and my cousin just froze, horrified. Message after message flicked by, spelling out a second relationship I'd never agreed to. Here's the part I didn't expect. I didn't scream. I felt my future implode in front of everyone. And then this weird crystal clarity settled in. I picked up a fork, gently tapped my glass, and waited until every eye turned to me. "Thank you all for coming," I said, voice surprisingly steady. What was supposed to be our engagement party is now my freedom party. A couple of gasps, one awkward laugh. I nodded at the DJ and asked him to switch from romantic songs to breakup anthems. He hesitated, then shrugged and queued up the most cathartic playlist you can imagine. I told the catering staff to keep serving food because the party was still on, just without the groom. My fiancé tried to sputter explanations. Lily stared at the floor, and I simply slipped off the ring, set it on the dessert table between the cupcakes, and walked over to my friends instead. There was heartbreak, of course, a surreal ache, like watching a movie of my own life fall apart. But under it, this warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Public betrayal hurts differently, but public truth, that can be incredibly freeing. People hugged me, pressed drinks into my hand, whispered that I'd just dodged a lifetime of lies. Karma really does come full circle, even if it needs a drunk cousin and a misfired airplay to get there. Later that night, I went home alone, wrapped myself in my favorite blanket, and let the soft Minecraft builds on my screen and a flood of supportive messages lull me toward sleep. It wasn't the future I'd pictured, but it was clean, honest, a chaotic ending that turned into the neatest exit I could have asked for. And if you think an engagement party turning into a breakup announcement is wild, the wedding story coming up next makes this look almost tame. Different couple, different kind of disaster, and a twist that might actually leave you weirdly hopeful. So stay comfortable, keep that blanket close, and let's dive into what happens when the drama waits until the walk down the aisle. Story 19. The wedding where the bride's family staged an intervention. So stay just like you are for this one. If you need to, grab your favorite blanket, adjust your pillow, maybe take a slow breath in and out. On screen, the Minecraft world is sliding out of that sunny meadow, and into a quieter forest biome, soft green and shadows, kind of matching how this story starts calm and then not. I was at this wedding as more than just a guest. I'm the bride's cousin, the one she used to call from her tiny apartment when she first started dating this guy. From the sidelines, I watched the whole relationship play out like a slow-motion car crash she refused to admit was happening. Little red flags everywhere, and she just kept rearranging them into a bouquet. At first, he seemed fine, charming, funny, good with small talk at family dinners. But then there were the comments. The way he'd joke about her being too close to her parents, how he'd roll his eyes when her mom texted, the subtle digs about our family being a bit much and not really his vibe. He had this weirdly intense bond with his mother too. She'd call 3 times during one dinner, and he'd answer every time, leaving my cousin sitting there, smiling a little too hard. As the wedding got closer, the controlling stuff sharpened. He didn't like certain bridesmaids, he suggested. She skipped visits with her dad to focus on us. And then there were the last-minute boys' trips. 2 of them. One just a couple weeks before the big day. Late-night music, blurry party photos, and him coming back with that smug, sleep-deprived look that didn't match his "we just played cards" story. Our family group chat basically turned into a low-key investigation board. Screenshots, "Did you notice this?" Messages, whispered conversations at Sunday dinner while she was in the bathroom. Her parents finally tried a gentle intervention. She smiled, thanked them, and said, "I know what I'm doing." You could feel their hearts crack a little. The wedding day itself was gorgeous. String lights, soft music, the kind that makes you feel like everything has to work out. In the background here, you can see my Minecraft character calmly building this peaceful little structure, while in my memory, my pulse was doing the exact opposite as guests arrived and champagne started flowing. The tipping point hit that morning. One of the bridesmaids got a message from a friend of a friend. Screenshots of texts from the groom bragging about what he did at his bachelor party. Let's just say it wasn't played poker and went to bed early. There were photos, there were timestamps, there was no wiggle room. Instead of swallowing it, her parents made a call I will respect forever. They pulled her into a side room, still in her robe, veil hanging nearby. I was there. Her siblings. The bridesmaid with shaking hands, holding her phone. That room felt unreal. My aunt was crying so quietly, it almost blended with the muffled party music outside. My uncle was trying so hard to stay calm, his voice came out flat. The bride's hands were trembling as she scrolled. You could literally feel her future tilting on its axis while, just a wall away, people laughed and checked their watches. She went through every stage at once. Years invested, deposits paid, guests seated. The fear of being the girl who canceled her wedding, wrestling with the knowledge that if he could do this now, before the vows, it would only get worse. Studies say emotional betrayal can cut deeper than physical cheating, but this was both, wrapped in smug texts. Then she did something wild. She stood up, wiped her face, and said, "I'm not walking down that aisle." And she meant it. She walked out, past the ceremony space, past the confused planner, straight out of the venue in her dress, with her parents and siblings quietly flanking her like a protective wall. The groom and his family were furious and clueless. But here's the petty revenge cherry on top. Her parents told the venue, "Keep the food, keep the bar, keep the music going." The wedding became a no-groom party. Just family and friends eating, dancing, and toasting to her choosing herself. Later that night, I was scrolling social media from my own cozy bed, Minecraft vibrations of mining still in my head, watching guests speculate in real time. Did the groom get cold feet? Was there an emergency? Meanwhile, she posted one simple photo, still in her dress, barefoot on her parents' couch, dog in her lap. Caption: dodged a lifetime of the wrong person. Chose me instead. If you've ever wondered whether walking away at the last second is better than staying and hoping karma really does come full circle, this is your sign. Sometimes the most loving thing a family can do is refuse to stay silent, even if it blows up the party. And the next story flips this whole script. A relationship everyone thought was doomed, including me, that somehow twisted into something unexpectedly wholesome. So, stay comfortable, keep that blanket close, and let's dive into how a near breakup turned into a quietly beautiful second chance. Story 20: the couple everyone bet against, and how they proved them wrong. So before we jump back into the chaos, let's slow things down for a second. The last few stories have been a lot. Nuclear level cheating, party blow-ups, family drama that could keep you up all night instead of helping you drift off to sleep. So take a deep breath with me, grab your favorite blanket, maybe a sip of water, and as the Minecraft world shifts into a quiet little cottage build, let's dive into something softer. Because for a long time, I did not believe this kind of story was real. I grew up watching relationships implode around me. My parents' Cold War divorce, friends stuck with toxic in-laws, roommates crying over phones lit up with late-night music, and party invites from people who absolutely did not respect boundaries. I was that person who heard, "We're so in love," and thought, "Give it a year." Then I met them. We'll call them Sam and Jordan. If there were ever two people everyone bet against, it was these two. They came from a matching messes. Sam had just crawled out of a long-distance relationship that ended in emotional betrayal, and Jordan had a history of partners who used revenge and silent treatment like weapons. Their families weren't exactly models of stability either. Holidays meant snide comments, exes casually mentioned at the dinner table, and at least one relative asking, "So, when's your next breakup?" They started as roommates in this tiny apartment with thin walls and loud neighbors. At night, when the upstairs guy blasted music, they'd sit side by side on the couch, controllers in hand, playing Minecraft to drown out the vibrations. Late night gaming turned into trauma bonding. My ex used to read my messages while I slept. Mine kept a secret bank account. It was messy honesty, but it was honest. When they finally admitted, very awkwardly, that they kind of already felt like a couple, nobody was impressed. Their friends literally ran a betting pool on how long it would last. 2 weeks, 3 months, 6 months, if they were feeling generous. At family gatherings, people would bring up exes like they were doing a highlight reel of past failures. Romantic, right? And early on, it did look shaky. Old wounds flared. Sam would shut down during arguments, disappearing into their room. Jordan had a toxic in-law who loved to stir drama, calling to say things like, "You know Sam's just gonna leave when it gets hard, right?" One of their old roommates kept joking that Jordan should stay single and keep their options open. You could almost see the same old patterns lining up, ready to repeat. Here's where it got weird. In a good way. Instead of cheating, ghosting, or pulling the classic 3-day silent treatment, they did something nobody expected. They went to therapy. Together and separately. They set actual boundaries with family. No more dropping in unannounced, no more ex talk at dinner, no more jokes about breaking up. They learned how to fight without trying to win, how to say, "I'm scared," instead of, "You always do this." The cozy details snuck in slowly. After rough therapy sessions, they'd cook simple dinners together, chopping vegetables in a quiet kitchen, music low, no phones. They kept their Minecraft tradition, building a little digital farm side by side as a way to decompress after hard days. Once a week, they had a no phones, just us night. Board games, bad movies, falling asleep on the couch with the TV murmuring in the background. Then came the big test. Sam got a serious job offer in another city. Better pay, but it meant going long distance again. At the same time, an old ex slid into Jordan's DMs with the classic "I've changed, I miss you" speech. The families, of course, had opinions. One side said, take the job. Relationships come and go. The other side said, if you really loved each other, you'd never risk distance. It was a choose your chaos moment. Instead of letting everyone else decide, they sat down at their tiny kitchen table and talked. Really talked. What they wanted in 5 years, what scared them, what they were and weren't willing to sacrifice. They looped in their therapist. They made a plan. Sam would take the job, but only if they could afford visits every month and set up nightly calls that weren't just scrolling in silence. Jordan blocked the ex flat out and told their family, "We're making our choices. You don't get a vote." Long distance was hard, but not catastrophic. There were lonely nights, sure, but also care packages, shared Minecraft worlds, and those sleepy video calls where you can hear the other person's breathing more than their words. They stayed connected to healthy friends too. Game nights, group chats, people who actually rooted for them instead of waiting for the breakup. Fast forward a few years. The bets are long forgotten. They're back in the same city, still together, living in a slightly bigger, slightly less chaotic apartment. There's a lazy orange cat who insists on sitting on the keyboard during games. Their relationship looks boring from the outside. Grocery runs, folding laundry, arguing over which cozy music playlist to put on at night. But on the inside, it's this quiet, steady, deeply loving thing. No secret accounts, no purity tests, no weaponized sleep, just two people choosing each other on purpose. Watching them changed me. It proved that not every love story has to be a dramatic movie plot to be real. You can come from chaos, from cheating and petty revenge and nightmare family dynamics, and still build something safe, something gentle. If you're listening to this and your history is a mess, it doesn't mean you're doomed. It just means you'll appreciate the calm when you find it. And don't worry, this little island of peace doesn't last long, because the next story, let's just say karma really does come full circle, and we're diving straight back into nuclear level petty revenge that makes family bets look like a warm-up round. Story 21, the petty revenge lease takeover. So as our little island of peace fades out, you can probably hear it in the background. The Minecraft world is shifting again. The characters laying down more detailed blocks now, starting a more intricate build. Lots of layers, lots of quiet planning. It's the perfect vibe for this one, so grab your favorite blanket, get comfortable, and let's dive into a petty, layered kind of revenge that'll give you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served without raising your heart rate too much. At the time, I thought I was doing the whole real adult thing. I was living in a cozy 3-bedroom apartment with my long-term partner and a roommate we'd both known for years. Rent was split 3 ways. Bills were on autopay and chores were mostly balanced. We cooked together, watched movies together, had low-key music nights. From the outside, it looked stable, safe, like one of those Pinterest-ready versions of shared living. The only tiny crack was the dynamic between my partner and our roommate. They were always just a little too friendly. Lots of inside jokes, lingering hugs, late night conversations on the couch that I told myself were just what happens when everyone's close. We talked earlier in the video about blurred boundaries, and I remember thinking, that's not us. We're fine. Then the small things started piling up. I'd go to bed early for work and hear them in the living room, laughing at something I wasn't part of. The kind of laughter where you can hear the eye contact. Our roommate suddenly started dressing up more at home whenever my partner was around. Nice tops, a bit of perfume, for a casual Tuesday night in. I'd walk out to grab water and the room would go just a little too quiet, like I'd walked in on the tail end of a joke that wasn't meant for me. One night, I couldn't shake the feeling. I pretended to be asleep, then got up to grab my headphones and heard them in the kitchen. Voices low, a little too intimate. I caught my name, then my partner saying, "We'll tell them eventually. I just don't want to deal with it yet." Later, I checked a tablet we shared for streaming. No snooping apps, just the messages that were already open. There it was. Flirty texts, plans, references to things they'd done in our apartment, the same one I paid most of the rent for. The first wave was pure hurt. I wanted to scream, throw their stuff out, smash plates, blast party music at 3 a.m. just to make a point. But as I sat there in the dark, with the quiet Minecraft vibrations from my headphones, something else settled in. I didn't want a dramatic scene. I wanted them to live in exactly what they'd created. Here's the part they'd never bothered to think about. The lease was in my name. I was the primary leaseholder. They were just listed as occupants. All the utilities in my name too. On paper, it was my apartment. They were basically long-term guests with partial responsibility, so I made a different kind of plan. I found a small studio across town. Nothing fancy, but peaceful. Over the next week, while they were both at work, I moved my essentials out in quiet trips. Clothes, important documents, my PC, my favorite mugs. I talked to the landlord, explained I'd be moving, but that the other two wanted to stay and take over the full lease. The landlord, who really didn't want to deal with finding new tenants, was thrilled. We signed a transfer that removed me and locked them in. I timed everything for the last day of the month. They came home to find my room completely empty, my name gone from the Wi-Fi, the shared bills, the little whiteboard on the fridge. In its place was a note. "Since you two clearly like playing house together, you can pay for it too. The lease is now in your names. Rent's due tomorrow. Enjoy." For extra spice, I canceled every streaming service tied to my email, transferred the utilities to their names with the same switch, and removed my payment methods from everything. They went from paying 1/3 to the full amount overnight, with less than 24 hours to figure it out. The fallout was loud, but only through my phone. Angry texts about how I'd abandoned them, guilt-trippy calls about how unfair it was to do this financially. Mutual friends tried to mediate, saying I should at least help with 1 more month. By that point, I was already curled up in my new quiet space, watching Minecraft videos, eating takeout, and actually getting some sleep for the first time in weeks. It still hurt. Emotional betrayal hits deeper than most people expect, and there were nights where the silence felt heavy. But there was also this deep, steady satisfaction in knowing I hadn't screamed, hadn't begged, hadn't tried to expose them online. I just stepped out of the chaos and left them to deal with the exact mess they made, in the exact apartment they'd used to lie to me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't public humiliation. It's walking away so cleanly that karma really does come full circle without you lifting another finger. And if you think signing over a lease is satisfying, wait until you hear what happens when someone does this with an entire family business instead of a rental. The next story takes the same quiet, strategic energy and scales it up to nuclear, inheritances, board meetings, and a revenge plan that doesn't just change an apartment, it rewrites a legacy. Story 22, Nuclear Revenge on the Cheating Heir. So yeah, signing over a lease is cute. But now, as the Minecraft world zooms out and that little apartment morphs into a full-on stone castle with banners and a courtyard, we're moving from noisy neighbors to generational fallout. This next one isn't just a breakup, it's a bloodline-level plot twist. Welcome back to the channel, by the way. If you've still got the cozy music in the background and you're starting to feel your eyes get heavy, grab your favorite blanket and let's dive into a story where karma really does come full circle. With board meetings. I was dating Ethan. His family owned a regional chain of upscale grocery stores. Not quite billionaire money, but the kind where people at parties drop their last name like it's a brand. The stores have been around for decades. His grandfather built them from one tiny corner shop into this mini empire, and Ethan was the golden heir who'd take it to the next level. From the start, our relationship felt like dating a charming CEO in training. He was smooth, generous, always picking the restaurant, always paying, and always just a little entitled. His parents treated me like I'd won a raffle. His mom once squeezed my arm at dinner and said, "You must feel so lucky to be with someone like Ethan. Girls would kill for this life." I remember thinking, I have a job, Susan. I pay my own rent. Red flags showed up early, but they were easy to file away as quirks when you're in love and the nights are comfortable. If I brought up a concern, he'd laugh and say I was being dramatic. I heard rumors from old classmates about him cheating in past relationships, but he called them jealous exes. His mother kept dropping hints that I was good practice for him before he eventually settled down with someone on his level. Temporary, like a seasonal hire. The cheating reveal wasn't a single text message. It was a slow, sickening collage. Just a friend from a family barbecue who turned out to be his weekend trip buddy. A coworker at a store opening who, according to Instagram, was spending a lot of nights at his downtown condo. The worst part, his sister slipped and referred to one of them as his usual type, then went pale. They all knew. To them, emotional betrayal wasn't a deal breaker. It was Tuesday. My breaking point came at the family's annual holiday gala. Picture a rented hotel ballroom. Live music, donors, the whole thing. I'm standing beside him while his dad gives a speech about family values, and Ethan is openly flirting with a woman I've never met, hand on her lower back, whispering in her ear, both of them laughing. I stepped away, waiting for someone to say something. His mom caught my eye and just shrugged. The humiliation burned hotter than the party lights. Here's what they'd all underestimated, though. I wasn't just the girlfriend. Over 3 years, I'd quietly become unpaid staff. When Ethan got too busy to handle invoices, I helped with bookkeeping. When they wanted to modernize their marketing, I ran social media campaigns, built email lists, and learned their systems. I knew which stores were profitable, which vendors were shady, and exactly how Ethan expensed his nights out. Because yes, he was using company cards for everything. Dinners, hotel rooms, gifts for his friends, all coded as client development or travel. I started pulling copies of receipts, screenshots of booking confirmations, Even messages where he bragged about writing off dates as business. No hacking, no drama, just quietly downloading statements while he assumed I was too simple to understand. Instead of confronting him in a screaming match he'd spin against me, I packaged everything like a tidy little bomb. Spreadsheets, timelines, policy violations, and a neat summary of how his client dinners lined up perfectly with his overnight stays and Instagram tags. Then I sent it, not to his parents, but to the one person who actually cared about the stores, his aunt, the no-nonsense CFO, and longtime board member who'd started as a cashier. Within 48 hours, things went from cozy to nuclear. Emergency board meetings, Ethan's corporate card frozen, his Director of Strategic Growth title quietly scrubbed from the website. I heard through a very panicked cousin that the bank was asking questions and the auditors had been called in. The family scrambled to spin it as a routine restructuring, but you could feel the vibrations running through their little empire. Ethan finally called me, voice hoarse, somewhere between furious and terrified. He accused me of ruining his life, of being vindictive, of overreacting to a few mistakes. I listened, calm, sitting in my tiny new studio across town, Minecraft Castle still building itself on my TV. Then I told him the truth. I didn't ruin his life. I just stopped covering for the way he treated people. If he'd shown basic respect to his partners, to employees, to the company his grandfather built, there wouldn't have been anything for me to document. He tried to threaten me with lawyers. I reminded him that everything I'd shared was either public policy, my own work, or financial documents I'd had authorized access to while helping him. Also, if he wanted to go to court, we could absolutely invite the auditors to testify about how he'd been using company funds to cheat. The line went very quiet. Walking away from him meant walking away from the whole glossy ecosystem. No more galas, no more family vacations, no more being introduced as Ethan's girlfriend, like a job title. I moved into a smaller place, picked up extra hours at my own job, and for the first time in years, my nights were my own. No more wondering who he was texting, just me, some quiet music, and the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. Looking back, it didn't feel like revenge for revenge's sake. It felt like closing a loophole. Powerful people count on everyone else staying quiet, especially when money and status are uneven. But knowledge, boundaries, and documentation can level that playing field in a way that whispers never will. Sometimes nuclear revenge is just consequences finally catching up. And if you've ever felt stuck with a toxic partner and their even more toxic family, I hope this gives you that little sense of calm, that even if you can't pull off a corporate takedown, you're not as powerless as they want you to believe. As our Minecraft castle finishes up and the camera drifts toward a peaceful village, we're going to start easing out of the heavy nuclear stuff, because the next story isn't about destroying a legacy at all. It's about a nightmare in-law who, somehow, against all odds, turns into the most unexpected, wholesome plot twist of the whole night. Story 23, The Mother-in-Law Who Accidentally Saved the Marriage. As the Minecraft camera drifts away from that dramatic castle and into a quieter little village, the music softens, the night sky goes a deeper blue, and we're easing into the softer landing part of the video. This one's still a bit spicy, but it's more about communication than chaos. So grab your favorite blanket and let's dive into Story 23. When I married my husband, I also accidentally married into a legend, his mother. In their family, she was famous the way a noisy apartment neighbor is famous with the landlord. Everyone knows she's a problem, but no one wants to deal with her. From day one, she criticized everything. My cooking was interesting, my career was a cute little job, and she once refolded an entire basket of our laundry while saying, very sweetly, that some people just don't learn these things at home. It didn't stay between us either. She loved triangulation. She'd call my husband when I wasn't around to complain about me, then call me to complain about him. Holidays felt less like cozy family gatherings and more like performance reviews. She'd compare me to his exes or to some imaginary better woman who apparently cooked like a chef, cleaned like a maid, and didn't talk back. Slowly, the pressure started to crack us. We'd have petty arguments over nothing. How we loaded the dishwasher somehow turned into a fight about loyalty. I could feel resentment building. This low, constant hum under everything. Like the vibrations from a distant party you can't quite tune out. I started to wonder if our marriage could actually survive his mother. The breaking point was his mom's 60th birthday. Big restaurant, big speeches, lots of music and toasts. In front of everyone, she raised her glass, smiled at me and joked, and maybe this year, they'll finally give me a grandbaby. If someone can figure out how to be a proper wife. There was this awful little pause, then nervous laughter. I didn't explode, I shut down. I went quiet, smiled mechanically, and spent the rest of the night feeling like I was underwater. On the drive home, I stared out the window and thought, very calmly, that I might not be able to do this for the rest of my life. Back at the table, though, something unexpected happened. My husband, the king of conflict avoidant, snapped. Not at me, at her. In front of the whole family, he said, "Mom, that was cruel. You've been disrespecting my wife for years." Then he started listing specific things she'd said and done, dates, holidays, all of it. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. He told her clearly that if she couldn't treat me with basic respect, she'd be seeing a lot less of both of us. You could have heard a pin drop. One aunt looked like she wanted a slow clap. Another relative stared at her plate like it was the most interesting thing in the world. His mom cycled through denial, anger, and teary, "I was just joking" excuses, but he didn't budge. When we finally got home, we had one of the most honest conversations of our marriage. No yelling, just raw truth. He apologized for not stepping up sooner. I admitted how much resentment I'd been swallowing to keep the peace, and how unsafe it made me feel. We talked about boundaries, loyalty, and what it would actually take to help you drift off to sleep at night, feeling like your partner is on your team, not just their families. And here's the wild part. His mom didn't magically become a saint, but she did back off. The next day, she sent a hesitant text. "I'm sorry if I went too far. Not perfect, but it was something." Visits got less frequent, the criticism got quieter, and when she slipped, my husband actually called it out. In a strange way, the person who almost broke our marriage ended up being the catalyst that finally made us a united front. Karma really does come full circle sometimes, not as revenge, but as growth. I know not everyone gets this kind of turnaround, and it's absolutely okay to hope for change while still holding firm boundaries and protecting your peace. As our Minecraft world settles into that cozy nighttime glow, stay tucked in, because the next story is a short but wild one about a relationship test that went hilariously, disastrously wrong. And it might just give you that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served right before sleep. Story 24, The Loyalty Test That Backfired Spectacularly. So as the Minecraft night settles in and the little pixelated stars come out, grab your favorite blanket, cause this one is quick, chaotic, and just darkly funny enough to help you drift off to sleep while still reminding you why trust actually matters. I was dating this guy who had been cheated on in his last 2 relationships. Like full Second Life level cheating, secret accounts, late night work trips, the whole thing. I totally understood why he was jumpy, so I over-communicated. I shared my location, checked in after work, invited him to every party. I'd never given him a reason to doubt me, but it was like pouring reassurance into a bottomless cup. For context, I'm friendly and a little flirty by nature. I joke with baristas, I compliment people's outfits, I talk to neighbors in my apartment hallway. But when I'm with someone, I'm with them. No revenge cheating, no emotional backup plans, nothing. We'd even talked about those studies that say emotional betrayal can hurt more than physical cheating, and I told him that's exactly why I keep my boundaries clean. Apparently, he heard all of that and thought, cool, but what if I ran a secret experiment instead? One Friday night, I went out with some coworkers. Low-key bar, soft music, nothing wild. I'm at the counter ordering a drink when this very enthusiastic woman appears at my elbow. She's cute, confident, and laying it on thick. Compliments, light touches, asking if I'm really happy in my relationship. You know when the flirting is so obvious, it almost feels scripted? I shut it down. Politely, but very clearly. I said, I have a boyfriend. I'm not interested, but I hope you have a great night. She hesitated, looked over my shoulder, and then did the most awkward thing I have ever seen. She groaned and muttered, "Ugh, he said you'd probably say that," and immediately slapped a hand over her mouth. I turned around, and there's my boyfriend half hiding behind a column like we're in some low-budget spy movie. He'd asked his coworker to test me. She was supposed to flirt, screenshot everything, and report back. The plan backfired in 2 ways. First, she clearly caught some feelings during the setup because she blurted out, "Honestly, if you ever dump him, call me," right in front of him. Second, he jumped out early, all puffed up, ready to yell, "I knew it," only to realize I was literally in the middle of rejecting her. The look on his face when he heard me say, "No, I'm not going to cheat on him," was brutal. For him. For me, it was this cold, sinking feeling. I didn't feel flattered. I felt betrayed and kind of infantilized, like I was a lab rat in his personal loyalty experiment. We had a huge argument outside under that yellow streetlight glow that makes everything feel even more dramatic. I told him, "You don't get to accuse me without accusing me. This is manipulation." And here's the twist. In that moment, the trust flipped. I wasn't worried about him cheating. I was worried about what other secret tests or traps he'd set up instead of just talking to me. He begged for another chance, said it was his trauma talking, that he'd do therapy, no more tests. I did give him one last try, but with strict conditions. Actual counseling, full honesty about his fears, and a hard rule. If you feel insecure, you use your words, not a hired actress. And that's the thing about loyalty tests. They almost always reveal more about the tester than the person being tested. Real trust can't grow in a relationship that feels like an escape room puzzle you're always trying to solve correctly. In some of our earlier stories tonight, you heard about couples who chose direct, sometimes painfully honest communication instead of secret games, and those are the ones that actually had a shot. As our Minecraft world keeps rolling and the digital day-night cycle soothes your brain, keep that in mind, because next we're zooming out from these individual disasters and looking at the patterns. how karma really does come full circle in these relationships, and how the same few choices keep showing up in every story we've heard tonight. Patterns in the chaos. What these stories have in common. So, as our little Minecraft world keeps cycling from day to night and back again, let's zoom out for a second. We've been deep in the chaos. Engagement parties blown up by cheating, roommates turning apartments into betrayal central, in-laws auditioning for villain roles, and it's easy to feel like each story is its own weird universe. But if you listen with one ear while you drift towards sleep, you start to hear the same patterns humming underneath. We've basically walked through a whole gallery of relationship disasters tonight. There were the insane cheating stories that escalated way too fast, where someone checked an iPad once and uncovered a second life. There were nightmare in-laws demanding purity tests before the wedding, families turning every holiday into a power struggle, best friends who treated your partner like a party favor. We had roommate and best friend betrayals, petty and nuclear revenge, and then those rare, wholesome twists where people actually chose kindness and got that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served without burning everything down. The wild part is, almost none of these blew up out of nowhere. The big explosion was usually just the final spark landing on a pile of tiny, ignored matches. A joke about cheating that wasn't funny. A partner hiding their phone and saying, "You're overreacting." A future mother-in-law making one little comment about weight or money or kids, and everyone brushing it off as no big deal. Those small boundary crossings stacked up quietly until someone hit their limit. Secrecy and avoidance poured gasoline on everything. People pretended not to see red flags because they didn't want to start a fight. Partners hid messages, families refused to talk about the obvious problem child, friends stayed vague and didn't want to get involved. It's almost ironic. The more everyone tried to keep the peace, the more chaotic it got. And then there were the enablers, the relatives who shrugged and said, "That's just how they are." The friends who stayed neutral while watching someone get emotionally steamrolled. Bystanders in the apartment, at work, at family dinners, who knew more than they admitted. Their silence didn't cause the betrayal, but it definitely padded the landing for the people doing the damage. When things did end well, the pattern flipped. Those were the couples who picked communication over games, the families who finally said, "No, not this time," and meant it. The narrators who stopped trying to fix people who clearly didn't want to change and simply walked away. Sometimes there was a power imbalance. Money, status, who owned the apartment, whose parents were paying for the wedding, that made leaving harder, which made their eventual quiet exit feel even more powerful. Underneath the petty revenge, the party drama, the Minecraft music and soft block vibrations on screen, there's always that one sharp moment of hurt. The text that proved everything. The overheard confession to the cat. That's what pushes people to act. And I think that's why you're still here, maybe curled up and starting to nod off. These stories are messy in ways that feel familiar, even if your life isn't this extreme. Listening while the gameplay stays calm gives you just enough distance to process it without getting overwhelmed. You might feel fired up to set a boundary tomorrow, or you might just let this be cozy background noise to help you drift off to sleep. And honestly, both are completely okay. In the next part, before we fully wind down, we're going to pull out a few specific, if you see this, pay attention moments. Little warning lights you can borrow from all these stories, so you recognize the pattern before karma really does come full circle in your own life. Red flags, green flags, and walk away moments. So, as you're lying there, maybe half listening, maybe fully invested, remember, you're not on trial here. You're not required to diagnose your entire love life at 2 a.m. You're just hanging out. Welcome back to the channel. Letting these stories float by while the Minecraft world slowly reshapes itself in the background. That said, patterns can be helpful. When you hear the fifth story, where someone keeps their phone face down, snatches it away the second a notification pops up, or suddenly forgets their passcode when you're nearby, it's hard not to notice a theme. Same with those friends who seem to be in a quiet competition with your relationship, always planning a party that mysteriously excludes your partner, or in-laws who march into your apartment like it's their name on the lease, and openly trash your boundaries. Then there are the people who call you crazy for noticing inconsistencies. You ask why their location says one place and their story says another, and suddenly you're paranoid, clingy, or overreacting. That word crazy shows up a lot in these stories, and almost never from the person actually behaving rationally. Some red flags are louder, some are softer. The subtle ones are the constant jokes at your expense that everyone is supposed to laugh at except your stomach drops every time. Or the partner who never takes your side in front of others, even when you're clearly in the right, because they'd rather look cool than be kind. Or the roommate who treats your relationship like community property, inserting themselves into every argument, every movie night, every private moment until it feels like you're dating the entire apartment. But we also saw green flags, and they matter just as much. Partners who quietly but firmly defend you to their families. Couples who choose therapy over loyalty tests, who say, "Let's figure this out together," instead of staging some elaborate trap. Friends who don't stir drama, don't demand the full play-by-play, just say, "If that boundary makes you feel comfortable, I've got you," and mean it. The big theme underneath all of this is consistency. Someone can say all the right things, write you long messages about how much you mean to them, but if their actions keep putting you in humiliating or painful situations, that's data, not a one-time glitch, a pattern. And then we hit the walkaway moments. Engagement parties that quietly turn into breakups when a secret kid or a secret affair gets exposed. Weddings canceled the week of because the purity test or the loyalty test went way too far. Leases transferred while the other person is at work. Relationships that end the moment someone realizes the entire past year was one long manipulation. If any of that feels uncomfortably familiar, it doesn't mean you failed. It just means you stayed until you had enough information to leave. Leaving late is still leaving. Choosing yourself after 10 red flags is still choosing yourself. In so many of these revenge stories, the most powerful move wasn't the glitter bomb or the perfectly timed text. It was walking away and slowly building a peaceful, drama-free life. That's the kind of revenge that keeps paying you back. Pay attention to your body while you listen. If a detail makes your chest feel tight or your stomach twist, that might be worth journaling about tomorrow or talking through with someone you trust. And also, not every awkward moment is a red flag. People say dumb things. Families are weird. Nights get messy. What matters is whether they take accountability, change the pattern, and stop putting you in harm's way. If you glance over at the Minecraft build right now, you might see a crooked tower or a weird tunnel that didn't quite work out. Sometimes you have to tear down half a base to make something better, and that doesn't mean you wasted your time. It means you learned what doesn't work. Same with relationships. Every misaligned block teaches you something about where the next one should go. In the next section, we're going to start gently landing the plane. We'll zoom out from all these wild relationship stories, talk about the bigger journey we've been on tonight, and where this kind of cozy karmic storytelling fits into future videos on the channel, so you can drift into sleep knowing exactly what you're coming back to next time. Soft recap: the emotional journey of 3 hours of chaos. So here we are, gently starting to land that plane we talked about. If you're still with me right now, you've basically ridden front row on 3 hours of other people's emotional roller coasters, while something calm and blocky has been quietly unfolding on screen. Think back to how we started tonight. That soft little welcome back to the channel, the reminder to grab your favorite blanket, the Minecraft world just loading in while I promised you wild relationship stories set against something slow and predictable. The idea was simple: chaos in the narration, calm in the visuals, and enough cozy background noise to help you drift off to sleep, if that's what your brain needed. Since then, we've covered a lot of ground. We had those cheating reveals that went from everything is fine to he checked her iPad once and uncovered a second life in a single paragraph. We sat with the sting of best friend and roommate betrayals, like the partner who moved in with the trusted friend and turned the shared apartment into a secret affair zone. We felt the heaviness of toxic in-laws demanding purity tests and control, and then the rush when people chose petty revenge, nuclear revenge, or just walked away in total silence and let karma really does come full circle. But it wasn't all heavy. There were those surprising wholesome moments too. Couples who actually communicated and made it work. The mother-in-law who accidentally saved a marriage by exposing her own son's lies. The completely absurd loyalty tests that backfired so hard they were almost funny. Like someone trying to test their partner and instead proving they were the untrustworthy one all along. Underneath all the drama, there's been this quiet thread of resilience. Story after story, you heard people finally choosing themselves, refusing to be treated like lab rats in a lab, refusing to be treated like lab rats in someone else's experiment, or to be emotionally blackmailed by family, money, or history. All the while, the Minecraft world has just kept going. Blocks placed, tunnels mined, little in-game nights passing by with gentle music, while real-world relationships imploded and rebuilt in your ears. That contrast is kind of the point. Something predictable and cozy on screen, while the stories remind you how unpredictable human beings can be. And wherever you are right now, that's okay. You might be wide awake, fully invested in every twist. You might be half asleep, only catching fragments between dreams. You might just be letting this play as comfortable background noise while you build your own world, study, or wind down from a long night. If any story hit a little too close to home, that's normal. Feeling stirred up doesn't mean you're overreacting. It just means you're human, and your own experiences are brushing up against what you're hearing. This channel is meant to be a cozy little buffer zone, a place where you can process messy stories at a safe distance, with no pressure to make big decisions or figure everything out tonight. Just you, some calm gameplay, and the warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served every now and then. And there will always be more stories. Relationships are endlessly complicated, and we'll keep exploring that mix of chaos, humor, and hope in future videos. In the next section, I'll give you a very gentle, low-pressure call to action. Nothing intense, just options. After that, we'll have one final soft send-off to help you either drift off or quietly move on with the rest of your day, or night feeling a little lighter. Gentle call to action, staying cozy with the channel. So while you're still tucked into this little bubble of chaos and comfort, I'm gonna whisper the gentlest version of a call to action you'll hear on YouTube. No pressure, no pop-ups flying at your face, just you, the stories, and the Minecraft world quietly loading chunks in the background. If hanging out with these crazy relationship stories and the chill gameplay has made your night even a tiny bit more comfortable, you can tap like so the algorithm knows you want more of this cozy chaos. It's basically telling YouTube, yes, please keep sending me this weird combo of heartbreak, revenge, and pixelated dirt blocks to help me drift off to sleep. And if you feel like talking, I'd love to hear from you in the comments, but only as much as you're comfortable sharing. You don't have to spill your own drama. You could just tell me which type of story you gravitate toward. Are you here for the cheating reveals that escalate way too fast? The toxic in-laws and their nightmare family rules? The roommate and best friend betrayals? The petty and nuclear revenge? Or those rare wholesome twists where karma really does come full circle in a surprisingly soft way? When I say I read the comments, I mean it. Seeing you say, more in-law chaos please, or I need a full playlist of walk-away moments, actually shapes what we do next. If everyone's obsessed with revenge arcs, we'll lean into that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served. If you want more happy endings, we'll hunt down those too. Even the background can change. If you ever get tired of this apartment-style build, and want a sky base, a cozy village, or a moody cave, just say so. If you're new here, welcome back to the channel Might Sound Funny, but that's kind of the vibe. You can treat this place like a familiar room you wander into whenever you need background noise to build, study, or finally fall asleep. If you want to actually come back on purpose, you can hit subscribe, and next time we'll just pick up where we left off. And let's dive into more wild relationship stories together. For those of you who like catching things right when they drop, you can gently ring the notification bell so the next batch of crazy stories just appears when you're ready to unwind. No alarms, no urgency, just a quiet little ping saying, hey, there's more drama if you want it. And if you're a professional lurker who never likes, never comments, never subscribes, you're still helping just by having this on in the background. Seriously, your silent support, your late night study sessions, your half asleep listening, all of that keeps the channel going. If you want to stay in a specific mood, there are playlists waiting for you after this. All in-law chaos, all revenge, or all wholesome twists, so you can lock into whatever emotional flavor you're craving tonight. In a moment, before we fully sign off, I'll leave you with a few last cozy words, something soft to drift off to, or to carry with you into the rest of your day or night, feeling just a little bit lighter. Final wind down, letting the stories go for the night. So, wherever you are right now, curled up in bed, half asleep on the couch, or letting this play in the background while you tidy up your apartment, this is the part where we gently land the plane. We've been through some wild relationship stories tonight. Cheating that escalated way too fast, in-laws turning basic dinners into emotional hostage situations, roommates and best friends crossing lines you didn't even know could be crossed. It's a lot, so let's slowly start turning the emotional volume down together. If you can, take a second and just notice your body. Unclench your jaw, let your tongue drop from the roof of your mouth. Roll your shoulders back a little, then let them fall. If you're in bed, grab your favorite blanket and wiggle yourself into a spot that feels just a bit more comfortable than a moment ago. Take a slow breath in through your nose. Hold it for a beat, and then let it out, long and quiet. As the pacing slows here, I'm going to let the Minecraft world do more of the talking. The soft footsteps, the little block breaks, the gentle music in the background. Just let those sounds wash over you. We've had our chaos. Now we let the cozy ambience help you drift off to sleep, or at least drift away from everyone else's drama. Remember, these are other people's stories. Their cheating scandals, their toxic in-laws, their petty revenge and nuclear revenge, their walk-away moments. You don't have to carry any of it into your own night. You don't have to rehearse what you would have said or replay their decisions in your head. You can just set it all down, like putting a heavy bag by the door and walking away. And if your own relationship life has felt like one long disaster playlist, maybe emotional betrayal, maybe secret debt, maybe someone weaponizing sleep and the silent treatment, that still doesn't define your whole future. One chapter can be awful, and the next chapter can be peaceful. People rebuild after mess all the time. Couples who learn to set boundaries with in-laws, for example, often end up feeling closer and safer together than they ever did in the middle of the chaos. Think of it like this Minecraft world we've been hanging out in. Sometimes a build gets so messy you don't fix it. You just tear it down and start fresh. Sometimes you reset the world entirely. A base that survived 3 creeper explosions and 1 accidental lava bucket can still turn into the coziest little home on the server. Karma really does come full circle, but so does healing. So as the camera glides over these quiet biomes, give yourself permission to reset a little too. If you're already drifting, you don't have to wait for the exact end. You can let my voice fade into the background. Let the soft game sounds take over, and just slide into sleep whenever your brain decides it's time. If you're staying awake, you've got options. You can let the next video autoplay. More cozy stories, more gentle chaos at a safe distance. You can replay this as background noise while you scroll or build your own world. Or you can sit in the silence for a moment after this ends and just listen to your own breathing. Either way, welcome back to the channel anytime you need that mix of Minecraft ambiance and wild storytelling. A little emotional safety net where you can laugh, side-eye, and reflect without judgment, and maybe still get that warm, fuzzy feeling of justice being served even in the middle of relationship wreckage. Thank you for spending part of your night here with me. Whether you caught every detail or dipped in and out while doing other things, your time and your trust really do matter. Take care of yourself, be gentle with your heart, sleep well if you're heading to bed, and I'll see you in the next one. For these last few seconds, I'll let the Minecraft sounds speak for themselves.